That's Brooklyn's over.
All right, y'all. Happy Tuesday. It is a sweltering Tuesday in New York City, and it is also an election day in New York City, where we've got our two gentlemen, Griffin and Ryan, on the ground there at the Zohran Mamdani election night watch party. Gentlemen, set the scene for us. What's the vibe there as people are starting to trickle in?
Well, the vibe is it's nice, chilly, 98 degrees right now. We're hoping it comes down a little bit to we would take 88, we take 89, I think, but it has been a sweltering day out here. We're about 19 minutes away from the polls closing. How do you feel, Ryan?
I feel like I'm going to die. It is so hot. I don't know how if any of Cuomo's voters made it to the polls, how they made it back from the polls.
Yeah,
like. Absolutely brutal. So tonight we have the legendary Ross Barkan over here,
nice.
Independent reporter. I saw Michael Lang earlier here. He another kind of, he's like the Steve Kornacki of New York City politics. We'll get both Ross and Michael on later. Magnat Bose, who's covered a lot of this race for Drop Site, is here. He's looking through some of the numbers now. He said that already Manhattan and Brooklyn alone are over 600,000 votes. So Cuomo is talking a big game about the turnout numbers, but Zoran's people are turning out too, so it doesn't necessarily mean that it's going Cuomo's way. And the bigger the turnout is in Brooklyn, then the better it is for Zoran.
The hipsters, as Cuomo has been saying. Oh, I think Curtis Silva, the Republican, said it's all hipsters that are vote now. So there's really no
if it is,
no
he
chance
wins.
for. He said he was kind of doomsaying Cuomo, saying Cuomo doesn't have the hipsters.
Yeah, and. I'm hoping that he will speak at some point right behind us in the 10 o'clock hour, because he's going to want to get on to the local news, and a lot is ahead of him. Like, this is sort of like almost an exhibition match in a way, because Andrew Cuomo has pledged that if it's close, he's running in the general election basically as an independent, and you would have then Mamdani, Cuomo, Eric Adams, and Curtis Sliwa, all four of them running in the general election. And if Mamdani loses but it's close, he may run. And
he has
as
the
Krystal was
Working
pointing
Families Party line, right?
He has the WFP line, exactly. And you could win the general election with 30-something percent under those circumstances. And we may not know who won based on the ranked choice voting until the weekend or early next week.
Don't tell the audience that. They're going to hear tonight if they stay the whole night in the chat, if they're active.
We'll know the first round very soon. I think by 9:30 we may know who won after.
If you go to breakingpoints.com and become a premium subscriber, we will exclusively reveal the winner of this election tonight. No, obviously that's a joke. But we will do our best to parse through what we know. So with the ranked choice voting, I was reading up on this. Because you have to know who is in what order as you go through the process of elimination, you have to wait for all of the ballots to come in before you can do that RCV tabulation. Mm-hmm. So that's why they actually don't even start that piece until July 1st is when that tabulation happens. That's when all the mail-in and the affidavit ballots and everything should be in by that point. So what can we look for tonight? Basically, what I was reading is the expectation is Cuomo is likely to go through the first round, and those are the results that we should have a good handle on. Cuomo is likely to come out of the first round with a lead on Zoran. Now, if that lead is 8 to 10 points, Cuomo's going to be feeling really good going into the ranked choice vote tabulation. If that lead is 5 points or fewer, Zoran is going to feel really good going into the tabulation, and I think anywhere in the 6-7 range, it's going to be sort of a jump ball, and we'll have to really wait to be able to tell what's going on. But that's one of the important dynamics of this race is the ranked choice voting, and it's also been really interesting because it has led to a different dynamic in this race than you see at almost any time. So Ryan, maybe you can talk more about some of the coalition between Zoran, who's the lefty candidate, but with some of the more liberal candidates in the race, who, in particular, Brad Lander, who have really been very supportive of each other in a way that's been pretty extraordinary to watch.
Yeah, and Zoran was able to hook up with almost all of the non-Cuomo candidates, and Lander in particular seems to be swinging this race if it swings. I was talking to a top Mamdani official on the way in here, and I asked him this question. I said, what do you think Brad Lander contributed to this race? And you're running together with Lander, and he said that before the Lander cross endorsement with Mamdani, Lander's supporters were breaking about 60-40 for Mamdani. So he's already winning a decent amount of them. Now they're breaking more like 80-20, 90-10.
Wow.
And if you look at the Emerson poll, that was the first one that showed him winning, Mamdani is trailing through all 6 rounds of the counting, and right before the final round, he flips and jumps ahead of Cuomo, and it's because Lander is the last candidate to be eliminated, and then that huge, massive chunk of votes goes from Lander to Mamdani. Also, it gave him enormous amounts of credibility to go on, Colbert last night, and et cetera, and say, hey, we think that you're the biggest anti-Semite. What do you say about that? And he's like, well, what do you think, Brad? And Brad always said, hey, I am the highest-ranking New York City elected official, and he's my man.
Yeah, and I like him. I'm sitting next to him.
I'm endorsing him.
Yeah, and it was a really interesting moment too on the Colbert, because Brad Lander, you could see his face, and he was almost taken aback by the grilling and these questions about like anti-Semitism, because Colbert was really even interrupting sometimes with questions and really pressing him on it. And Brad was like, "Can we talk about like the free buses?
Right. Is there anything else?
I don't think we talked about any of the policies, and it was mainly just that, at least for the first beginning 8 to 10 minutes."
Yeah.
Emily, what have you made of that piece? Because I will never get over the debate question. First of all, what foreign country would you visit once you're elected mayor of New York City? And then everybody gives their answer. Zoran gives, in my opinion, the best answer, which is, I'm going to be right here serving the people. And they're like, well, would you go to Israel? Follow up, when are you going to Israel? I mean, it's just, to me, it's just absolutely wild the way that Cuomo and his allies in the media have attempted to make Zoran's position on this one foreign country central to the race.
Yeah, and I'm actually curious how Griffin and Ryan, what sense they've gotten of how that's affected the race, because it seems like a lot of fear-mongering to get older Cuomo voters to the polls, and I think that's part of what's contributing to the very, very stark age divide. And we talk about this all of the time, the age divide on the right, but in the country in general when it comes to Israel, period. Younger people are just not easily swayed by throwing out the sort of label as a bludgeon. And I just feel like, if anything, that's for Mamdani voters been a motivating, like an animating factor, that you're trying to smear this guy who wants to give people free pre-K or whatever it is. You're trying to smear him as an anti-Semite. So I don't know. I'm curious what you guys make of how that's played in the race as well. And I just want to also mention that we do have an unofficial, unsanctioned drinking game tonight. Every time Ryan says Zoran, take a shot.
Zoran.
Yeah. Well, and I take a water away from him, so he becomes more dehydrated. So it's a double threat. Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Yeah. No, I'm curious what you guys, because it seems to me like that's
part of it. Part of it is part of it comes down to the Brad Lander relationship. Mm-hmm. The fact that he's winning so many Brad Lander voters, shows the limited effectiveness of that argument. We don't have any recent polls of Jewish New Yorkers, but 6 weeks ago or so, there were 2 polls that had him doing roughly the same. Had Zoran doing roughly the same among Jewish New Yorkers as all non-Jewish New Yorkers.
Yes. Yeah.
So it seems like it's a thing that everybody is talking about, but when it comes down to it, it's not really. I mean, you would expect a huge gap between how he's performing among Jewish voters versus non-Jewish voters if it mattered, and there's that gap just isn't there.
There's also a massive amount of volunteers and canvassers that are Jewish for Zoran. So if you're meeting people on the streets or seeing them on the corners, there's a lot of Jewish people that are volunteering for him. I mean, I think the last number I heard was 50,000 people had volunteered at some point,
Insane.
Which is a baseball stadium's amount. So there are about 50 after parties if things go well tonight in New York City.
And it also seems like they started this in the last week or so. This was a last-ditch, desperate Cuomo effort to scaremonger people to the polls. That's what my sense of it.
I don't know. I think it's been an ongoing project.
Yeah.
I will tell you, to Emily, to your point about does it backfire, I watched Bernie Sanders was on with Rogan, and I watched through it. I actually grabbed some clips that Emily, you and I can react to later. Speaking of which, guys, we do have some other news stories. We're going to update you on a run and do some other things while Ryan and Griffin are running around and getting information and grabbing guests and that sort of stuff. But the one thing that Rogan brought up about Zoran was like, isn't it crazy how they're like obsessing over Israel with this guy? And that made him more positively inclined towards Zoran, because they're like, they're smearing this dude. There must be something good about him, So,
Sure.
And the only other guy,
like his view of what was going on here.
the only other guy that had a decent answer to the question of where would you go, what country would you visit? Emily, remember Brad Lander? We had him on the show. He said he would go to Mexico and Canada because those are our trading partners. It's like, okay, you're a big
That
city.
makes sense. Yeah.
For now, they're
That's
our
fine.
trading partners. For now.
That's actually okay. If you're going to go somewhere, sure.
Yeah, Mexico City is lovely this time
Mexico
of year.
City's lovely. Canada's lovely.
Me and Ryan were talking about this. Sorry, Krystal. Me and Ryan were talking about this earlier, but I feel like the main draw when I talk to apolitical normies about Cuomo, Cuomo's main draw seems to be his COVID briefings from 2020. There was a time where he was on TV every day. There was a lot of insecurity. People were really upset with the Trump briefings. And Cuomo was someone that seemed like he was handling it, that he was in charge of it.
I heard that from some voters today at polling.
And that still has really stuck with people for a long time. That was a moment where they felt like someone was in charge and taking care of them. They just didn't put any cameras in the retirement homes.
Right.
Yeah. Well, I remember that whole Cuomo sexual moment. You guys remember that?
Oh.
Yeah. Daddy Cuomo.
And that
Sorry.
was before we all knew about his nipple rings, if I'm remembering correctly.
Yeah.
Me and
that's
Emily
no coincidence.
Was
Yeah,
it-
me and
it was
Emily are
simpler time.
truthers on that. Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, I think there really is something to that. And there was almost like a setup, like MSNBC in particular was setting him up as a sort of alternate reality president, head to head with Trump, who was giving these wild briefings about, I don't remember, injecting bleach and whatever else was going on at that time. Sure. And so, especially for older voters, those are the people who were dying in the largest numbers. It makes sense that there would be okay, there's somebody here who's on my television every day who I feel like is giving sort of credible energy, even as we all know the details that his COVID response was actually criminally negligent, in my personal opinion, and then he lied and covered it up. There also is a big divide between higher... there we go, there's the nipple ring.
There it is.
Between higher information voters and low information voters. That was a big divide we saw in the Kamala versus Trump race as well. But I was going to pull up some indications of maybe where we are. First, I guess we should go to the betting market odds, since that seems to be the thing everybody looks at. Right now, we've got Cuomo at 57% and Zoran at 43%. And you can see how this thing has just moved like crazy. I mean, it was...
all day.
Yeah, and it was really looking like Cuomo for a while, and then there was, this total switch for a while after that Emerson poll came out, and now it's back to Cuomo as a favorite, but only a slight favorite. So that's what that looks like. Let me go ahead and share with you the data from turnout today. This is from UMich Voter, who does sort of data election analysis all the time. And everybody's looking at the 5 boroughs, and the strongest ones for Cuomo are the Bronx and Staten Island, and then Queens. Brooklyn is the best for Zoran, then Manhattan second. So everybody's kind of comparing okay, well, where are people showing up from? And you can see that Brooklyn is pulling above its weight vis-a-vis its total percent of the electorate in 2021. Manhattan also punching above its weight. Queens a little bit
Matt,
under.
can you click into that so we can see it a little bigger, Matt?
Oh, yeah, here. I can do it. I got it.
Oh,
there
sorry,
we go.
Krystal. Yeah, there you go. Beautiful.
Bronx is a little bit under, and Staten Island a little bit under. So, that's good indication for, for Zoran ultimately, especially these Brooklyn numbers being very strong.
Yeah, and this also it could be like a map of the weather today in New York, because the parts of Bronx and the Staten Island reached I think the feels like temperature was 114 or something like that.
Oh my God.
whereas it was like a cool 102 here in Brooklyn. But yeah, honestly, the heat was reaching almost natural disaster levels. Like you got to think that the heat was a huge factor today.
Yeah, and the Bronx was expected to be about something like a plus 25 for Cuomo, and Staten Island, which was only expected to have in the tens of thousands of votes anyway, so not huge, but with plus 50, plus 60.
Yeah.
So the every point down in either the Bronx or Staten Island is a point away from Cuomo.
And you could tell that Cuomo was really stressed out about this heat because he did release a video kind of like late in the afternoon. I guess he wasn't checking the weather app earlier because he probably should have
made he's just lying.
Should have made the video maybe a day or two ago, but he was begging people to come out to the polls, that it actually wasn't that hot. And that you're a baby if you thought it was too hot. I don't know if we have that video, Mac, but if we don't, we can play it later.
I saw someone making the joke that it's fitting that Cuomo is asking seniors to die for him one last time in order to put his campaign across.
I regret that seniors have but one life to give for me.
Yeah, it should be like a cat with 9 lives, right? For Cuomo.
A sleazy feline, you could say.
A sleazy feline.
Tell us about the. So it was interesting when you guys were mentioning that 50,000 volunteer number. Like that is incredible. What kinds of people are actually at the event where you guys are? What are the vibes like? I know we kind of started on that, but we didn't go too deep into it. Like, are people hopeful? Are they feeling like they're on the cusp of ousting Joe Crowley, but in a sort of much bigger scale? What sense do you have of the expectations?
Well, this is primarily a media thing.
Yeah.
And they're going to have, I think, 12 like official watch parties around the city, and then there's DSA is having like countless other watch parties around the city. I was walking outside of here, and somebody walked by and was like, "Oh my God, I love Breaking Points." And she had a Zoran T-shirt. She had just finished. She'd been canvassing every day. And she was going to go do her exercise class, and then
important note about the exercise today,
and then go to the watch party.
Important note about the merch. The merch has been a huge factor of this campaign. I mean, you see Zoran totes and beanies like all over the city. And one interesting thing is they don't let you buy the merch. To get a merch, you have to volunteer, which might be part of why there's been such big numbers, because people are loving the graphic design, I guess.
And it's a real test of whether or not this stuff matters, because there's this big debate, in the political science world of whether you can even move the numbers with this kind of get out the vote activity, and if you can move it more than like a half point or a point. And you walk around the city, you see the skyline behind us, like it's a daunting thing. It's 8 million people or whatever. It just. And when you talk to people out here, like they're some of them are following and some are not following. They kind of know Cuomo's running. They heard about they heard about Zoran. Others are like hardcore for him. But it's like, how do you penetrate this vast concrete jungle and get to people?
Yeah.
It'll be a test of whether or not 50,000 is enough to do it at scale.
Yeah. I was just sitting in Union Square, and I saw a few canvassers today in the 100-degree heat in Union Square, but it still felt like just throwing like a rock in the ocean of New York.
But they only need how many votes? Megnad, what do you need to win? How many votes do you think he'll need to win?
How many votes do you think he's going to take to win?
Yeah.
I mean, last time Eric Adams in 2021 in the Democratic primary, Adams polled around 30% in the first round, and Garcia had polled.
Right, but how many
19%.
total?
Sorry?
How many total votes?
Last time, 942,000 voters
total
had voted
votes.
in the primary.
So that's not that many. Like, think about it. 50,000 volunteers.
Yeah. As of
if that's a real number.
As of 7:30 p.m. today, we have 930,000 voters who showed up. But the early voting numbers were double of what they were in 2021. It's just that today it's been 100 degrees Fahrenheit, incredibly hot. Even though Andrew Cuomo has been saying it's not that hot, it's not oppressively hot. People should go out to vote.
It is hot.
But the turnout today compared to election day in 2021 has so far been lower. But polls are still open, and anyone in line, the Board of Elections has tweeted, anyone in line till 9 p.m. will be allowed to vote.
Yeah. So anyway,
which is actually in a minute, right? We're about to hit 9 o'clock right now,
and that's right.
I don't know if we want to refresh the page or anything. If there's any immediate results that come in at 9, I doubt it.
And
maybe some mail-in
boys,
votes.
Tell us who we just heard from. And
that's Megnad Bowes, who you may remember. Megnad broke the news for Drop Site of Mahmoud Khalil being arrested.
Yeah.
He's been relentlessly covering his case, including his recent freedom. He was at Columbia Journalism Review. Now he's freelancing, writes a lot for Dropsite as well.
Yeah, I just want to give one more update.
Please.
A couple of hours ago, New York council member Chio Se had tweeted saying that voters who registered between June 9th and June 14th, which was the deadline for registering for the election, were being turned away from voting, and several people were complaining online. And Chio Se urged those voters, those impacted New Yorkers, to get an affidavit ballot. The Board of Elections responded almost immediately, saying that everyone's on the rolls, even though people have been posting online that they're not. And right now, there's just something that I just put out, been reporting, is that there's a labor representative in Queens, Momita Ahmed. She posted that her mother tried to vote for Zohran Mamdani and was told she couldn't because she voted early, but she never did. This is what Momita Ahmed said. And then she wrote, as someone who fought to expand voter rights and won a lawsuit against the Board of Elections in New York City, this is disturbing. New York City's Board of Elections responded saying, DM the name and let's check. I just spoke to Momita, and she sent across the details around 35 minutes ago, hasn't heard back from them. So some complaints coming in from here and there in New York about people facing difficulties voting.
Gotcha. One of the things that I was just seeing is they expect the first results that come in to be from that period of early voting. And all of the analyses that I read from Michael Lang in particular, who was taking a look at this, Adam Carlson was another one who was taking a close look at this, they believe that Zoran won the early vote by a fairly significant amount. And the expectation is, Cuomo's got to pick that up on election day, which is why he was so concerned about the heat and getting his voters to the polls, in addition to the fact that he tends to have more support among older voters, and Zoran's voters tend to be younger. So the early voting demographics that we saw also were extraordinarily young, which again, another indication that they were quite positive for Zoran. So if we do start to get in early numbers, right here, just now it's just after 9 o'clock, don't be surprised if those are significantly skewed in favor of Zoran, because we do know that Zoran voters were more likely to come out and cast their ballots early.
Yeah, that's 100% right. The early voting effort was massive, and it was not Cuomo-mentum, it was Zoran-mentum. And yeah, I mean, the canvassing and the volunteers here, they just hit it really hard with early voting. And I mean, I think we saw Ross Barkan earlier, but Ross recently went on the Tara Palmieri show and talked just about how sort of lackluster and low energy the Cuomo campaign had been, that they were kind of phoning it in, that they weren't really reaching out a lot, and that Cuomo wasn't really doing like a ton of press. Whereas when you see the Zoran Instagram page, there are a million calls to action, ways to get people in, to canvass, to phone bank, to find your voting station, and we just haven't really seen that that kind of game online with Cuomo at all. I mean, I remember, Krystal, you and me were talking about how we wanted to play some Cuomo end campaign ads, and we really couldn't find any.
There just wasn't a lot, yeah.
Like there was nothing on YouTube. I am hearing from people who live in New York that they were hitting the TV airwaves a lot, and which you don't really see on YouTube as much. So there are ads for Cuomo on TV, but they're mainly attack ads on Zoran, talking about him being a socialist, talking about the businesses leaving, and there isn't really a positive message ad that I've seen yet.
So we do have some results in. This is from the New York Times website. And can you guys see this okay? So
yeah, we can see it.
We've got 38% of the vote in. You can see right now, as I said before, these are likely the early votes, and Zoran is in fact ahead. So right now he's at 43.1%. He has 177,000 votes. Cuomo is at 34%. So nearly a 9-point lead here, quite significant. And his vote total, Cuomo's vote total, is 139,695. Then you've got Brad Lander. The fact Lander picking up as many votes as he did, also encouraging, because as Ryan was saying, you have huge crossover in those later ranked choice tallies. And then next down the list is Adrian Adams. I can go ahead and expand this so we can see everybody. Scott Stringer, Zelnor Myrie, Whitney Tilson, Jessica Ramos, Michael Blake, Paperboy Love Prince.
Yeah. That was my like long shot candidate.
You rank him?
It's actually my pseudonym. So I don't know. I'm fingers crossed that I start rising in the polls there.
That was also Sagar's baby name. That was second on the list.
Man, he may have made a mistake there. That's unfortunate.
Names that start with P. I wanted to talk a little bit about the cross-endorsing strategy that really had worked for Zoran, but there was a video today of Cuomo in the voting booth where Cuomo only voted for himself and didn't rank anyone else. He didn't rank even his allies. He didn't rank on this list.
Does he have allies?
Well, there's I believe.
What's his
Jessica
name? He's
Ramos.
got this. He's got that, and then he's got this person funded by a bunch of what's his name, Whitney, who was funded by a bunch of
my boy Whitney Tilson.
Whitney Tilson's been just spending all his money going after Zoran.
Right. Yeah, he's the attack dog, Whitney.
Let's go ahead and take a look at these borough numbers because I'm curious what you guys think about this. As expected, Staten Island, strong for Cuomo, 50-30 effectively. Bronx, also strong for Cuomo, 54-30. Manhattan, then you have a fairly close, actually, here between Zoran and Andrew Cuomo, 37-33 in favor of Zoran. Then you've got Queens, Zoran up 45-37, and Brooklyn, Zoran up 51-27. So that borough is certainly coming in as his strongest as of now.
Wow.
Manhattan, Mamdani winning Manhattan is good. Obviously good for Mamdani. That's going to be a very tight race. I think, and Brooklyn, he really has to run up the numbers. Michael Lang's assessment, which is the one that I relied on the most, was saying that he expected him to be up by tens of thousands after the early election. After the early vote.
Right.
And he's up by tens of thousands right now. So kind of on track. And Lang predicted that Zoran would win by 2,000 votes. So which means that it's basically a toss-up.
Gotcha.
And remind me, the way it works in New York, have they already counted the early ballots? Are those being factored into the numbers that we were just looking at, or are they just starting to count those as the polls close?
He might know.
These are the early.
I suspect these are the early ballots.
Okay.
Are these the early
that's what the
ballots? Do you know the stuff that's coming in right now?
No, the numbers that the Board of Education has been putting out are the combined numbers from early voting and the voting today. So we were at 930,000 as of 7:30 p.m. with 1.5 hours to go. Last time it was 942,000. So it's
we're talking about the tallies.
The results now.
The tallies coming in right now. These might be the early ballots.
Yeah, I think these are the early ballots.
Counted. But the interesting thing is that if you look at the numbers, Bronx is far lower. Now, from 2021, let me just pull up some of these facts from 2021, which shows how racially divided the voter turnout can be. The 10 community districts in New York with the lowest turnout in 2021's primary election were all majority-minority places, meaning a majority of the voters were non-white. And you compare that, you contrast that, of the 10 districts with the highest turnout percentages in the 2021 primary election, 7 were majority white. The top 5 highest turnout districts were all majority white. Now, why am I boring you with all this racial demographic data? It's because, as per all the polls, Zohran Mamdani is leading heavily over Andrew Cuomo in under 45 white voters. So, if white voters turn out in larger numbers, that might be seen as a positive for Zoran. Among black voters, several polls place Cuomo ahead of Mamdani, but in the Bronx, where you have large numbers of black voters, those are the places that have traditionally voted in very low turnouts.
Good to know.
Before, I think in a couple minutes, maybe we'll let you guys go and see if you can grab Zoran's campaign manager or somebody else that's around, or talk to Ross a little bit. But before we do that, Ryan, I just wanted to get your sense of, this race has captured a lot of national attention. Obviously, we are not a New York City news broadcast. We are a global program. Actually, 40% of our audience is international at this point. I don't know if you guys knew those stats. But, this has captured people's attention. A lot of them, yes. Thank you, Ryan, for helping us with that. We have a lot of Indians, too, because Sagar brings that college. So we, a real meeting of all
South
sorts
Asia, we're killing it. Yeah.
All sorts of cultures. In any case, what do you think that this race will say about the future of the Democratic Party, about the current state of the Democratic Party, about national politics more broadly?
Sorry, say that one more time.
We're getting an update over here from
Oh, you're getting out. I was just saying, Ryan, what do you think this means?
The New York Times numbers place for the first round so far plays Zohran Mamdani at 43.1%.
Oh, we saw these. We saw these.
Yeah,
so, Krystal, say that one more time.
I was just asking, Ryan, for you to set up what this meant for the Democratic Party, the current state of the Democratic Party, the future of the Democratic Party. Why do people care so much about this one mayoral race?
I mean, it came at a perfect time if you love kind of irony, because after the podcast election of 2024, where you have all of these think pieces, where have all the bros gone? Men, where are you? Why do men hate us so much? How are we ever going to get men back? And then right at that moment, Zohran Mamdani starts surging with a bunch of young men volunteering for him. He is doing better in the primary among men than among women. Like that's unheard
Cuomo.
of for against Cuomo. Come on, ladies.
I know.
Come on. What are you doing? Cuomo sexuals. Have you seen the nipple? So here he is with all of these Democrats like going to retreats and asking themselves like, how are we going to win men back? And then there's this guy over here that men are like,
not like that though. The Dems are
we like this guy.
Yeah.
We're into him. And they're like, how about a $25 million super PAC to destroy him and elevate Andrew Cuomo instead?
Yeah.
The Pod Save Bros were talking about this today. Like even the Pod Save Bros are like, what are you guys doing? You're doing it again.
Right.
Like you did this in 2016. You did this in 2020. You're doing it again. And you're doing it for Andrew Cuomo, who even the President of the United States urged to resign in disgrace. Like, what are you doing?
But then another President of the United States just endorsed him, Mr. Bill Clinton. So he's back in the White House.
I'd love to be the Bill Clinton staffer who's like, do I even intervene here?
It sounded like AI. It sounded like kind of like AI.
You don't need to weigh in on this race.
Yeah.
You don't even live in the city. You could sit this one out.
And to the podcast bro election point, yes, like Zoran is on the internet. Yes, he has been doing podcasts, but he hasn't really been doing the bro sphere, like the Rogan sphere of podcasts. He's been doing, the
Breaking
Bulwark or Breaking Points. We were early, remember, timestamp. But he wasn't really like hitting the Rogans, the Theo Vaughns, or anything like that. So it wasn't like he really like activated the bros through this Rogan sphere that's how the media has come to understand bros.
Well, he did go with the abundance bros. So
right.
That
they're kind of more nerds than bros. I don't know if they're bros.
One more quick thing. I just wanted to show you this analysis, and then we'll go ahead and let you guys go see if you can grab someone for us and come back, or just come back and give us an update, or just come back because you missed us. This is Adam Carlson, who's been tracking the race closely. He says, looks like early and mail votes have dropped as we were suspecting. Mamdani leads by 9.1 votes, 37,451 raw votes. I previously said Mamdani would want to be up 10 points among that group to feel decently. Not a death knell, but Team Mamdani was probably hoping for better. So that is what his analysis was. If you guys want to talk a little bit about that, I was just going to pull up the poly market odds and see if they've shifted since we now have some results in.
The point Meg and I was making is if you look at the people that endorsed Cuomo, they're down at like Ramos and Whitney. They're under like 2%.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So, whereas, Stringer, Adrian Adams, and of course Lander are still in the ball game.
Yeah.
So, yes, you'd rather be up 10 and in a race that could be decided by, thousands of votes. Every little vote matters.
But take a look at this.
There's more than 400,000 votes in here, so this is a lot. This is a long way in.
Take a look at this.
Yeah, I mean,
poly market.
Yeah, time to buy.
Poly market's like in Zoran right now, 74%. Yeah. He shot up once those election results came in. So, for whatever that's worth. They like.
So I'm not a gambler. I waste my money in other ways. When can you stop betting, like on this race?
When somebody stops taking your money.
Okay, cool. Yeah. We're gonna go grab some people, and we want to throw to you guys. I guess the last thing that I would say is we were talking to Andrew Epstein, one of the campaign managers here, who's been running the campaign, and he said, like if they do eke out a win tonight, that they're ready for a lot of the establishment to come down on them still, to potentially support Cuomo in an independent run for the general. And that even if we do win tonight, this might be the start of a much longer battle that could take us all the way to November.
Oh, that seems almost certain, whatever happens.
Yeah, no doubt about it. All right, guys. We'll check back in with us. Yeah, when you got something or you got someone, we'll talk to you soon.
All right.
So, Emily, your thoughts. I'm curious. To me, that point that Ryan was making is the important one of like, you just have all of this soul searching from the Democratic Party about like, oh my God, all these young men, like they're drifting away from what can we do? If only we had some like compelling, charismatic person with a policy suite that is, interesting and compelling to people. What if we had that? And then here he is, and they're like, we hate you, and we will do everything we can possibly to destroy you.
Yeah, they were like, oh, yeah, but not a Muslim. That's what they were doing. Like, it's not what we meant. So I wanted to put this on the screen. It's from the crosstabs of the Emerson poll that had Zoran overtaking Cuomo. And this, to me, is one of the more interesting numbers that's been getting a bit undercovered. And it shows that Andrew Cuomo has this massive 60 to 40% lead over Mamdani with voters who don't have a 4-year college degree. And then Mamdani has a lead among college-educated voters that's similar gap, 62 to 38%.
Yep.
And so it's interesting because it's with Zohran Mamdani, you have somebody who is resonating enormously with younger people. He's not a silver bullet for Democrats' problems. And I've funnily enough seen people like Dean Phillips talking about how he's like a disaster for Democrats, that like Democrats need to, he was being sarcastic. He was like, of course, Democrats who want to lose in 2028 should definitely endorse that Democratic socialist for mayor of New York City. And that's wrong too. But what you can see with Zoran is that he's just energized people who really care about politics and who care about their world. And he's giving them, this sounds a little romantic, but he's like giving people hope. And that's a good thing for Democrats, but they can't accept it. They don't know what to do with it because they don't know what to do in general.
Well, I think his campaign, first of all, win or lose, he is dramatically outperformed what anyone's expectations would be, going up against Cuomo, who still has this family name and all the money in the world behind him. And I do think a lot too, I think of his
sex
support,
appeal.
Obvious sex appeal, undeniable. A lot of his support. It's just name ID. Like, I know that guy, he was governor. And so that's part of, it doesn't exactly line up, but the college educated, non-college educated divide also tends to track somewhat with the high information, low information voter divide, where if you're a voter who's going to turn out, but you don't really pay that much attention, Cuomo, I've heard that name. I remember when he was governor. Sure. So I think that's a big part of the dynamic that Zoran has had to overcome. And what's been a model about his campaign is, first of all, the foregrounding of material concerns, but in a way that's not just, sometimes the left can just be like very check the box with minimum wage and union rights and this and that. He took an innovative suite of policy ideas, the free busing, childcare, the freeze the rent, and said, and wrapped it in this idea of like, it is too expensive in New York and this should be a city everyone can afford. So he had a really, a vision that people could really understand. The policies were super tangible, would have an immediate benefit for so many people. But it also was sometimes there's a sense within the Democratic Party of just like nothing is possible and this is just how it is, and we'll do a little bit of managing of the status quo. And I think his campaign also had a refreshing spirit of creativity and vision. And this is something he kind of vibed with the abundance guys. And I understand why, because that's also, and I have my critiques of abundance, those are all out there, whatever. But that's also what they've been positing is like, we've got to project into the future and really embrace the future and have big visions and creativity and really, reach to do bigger things that used to feel possible in the past. And we feel sort of like we're stuck now. And so he has that ethos at the core of his campaign. I think that's part of what people have really gravitated towards as well.
And I want to say one other thing that I find very interesting about him. It's that he handled the culture war very deftly, but I wonder, and I'm curious what you make of this. Part of it, even when we were interviewing him, I was like, this is a DSA guy. This is not somebody who I have like a lot of, like, we're just not going to agree on these culture questions. Like, it's just too big of a gulf.
Right.
And I wonder if actually that, and people on the left have sort of said this for a long time, if that in a way neutralizes the culture war argument, because he's not leading with it. He's leading with affordability.
Right.
And that was really clever. And it also then is sort of like, well, who cares if you agree with me or disagree with me on this culture war thing? We're just talking about affordability here. Like, we're not going to agree on that. Let's talk about this. And that, I think, is why he had a good rapport with Tim Miller over at the Bulwark. And I think that's why he's been able to connect with so many people, because most DSA candidates, we're a little far beyond the DSA era of like 2016 right now. But it was such a struggle for them to get over the culture war hurdles, and it's been sort of like nothing for him. He's just brushed it aside and talked.
Yeah, true.
Stayed right in the affordability lane.
I mean, some of it's just he's talented.
Totally.
Some of it you just chalk up to that. Like, good politicians can get away with things that not good politicians can't get away with, and people want to like him. You see him, and he's got a big smile on his face and he seems super optimistic and happy, and you're just like, whatever about that other stuff. But I also think it does dovetail with the point that I've made many times, which is that, there's a reason why Bernie is the most popular politician in the country. He has all of those, cultural left positions, but that's not how people identify him. Because what he always goes back to is the bread and butter, like universal, here's the core problems that affect all of us. Here's the millionaires and the billionaires, people know what he's all about. And so because he has so much credibility on those material concerns that are really unifying, and again, I, listened to him talk to Joe Rogan today, and they were finding all kinds of common ground on these sorts of things, because he foregrounds that, and that is so core to his identity. People are willing to be like, whatever on the things I disagree with. It's okay. I'm not going to agree with everybody. And in fact, Zoran, one of the lines that he uses in the campaign, I don't remember it, but he always brings up this line of like, it'd be ridiculous basically if you agreed with me on every single issue. So if you're at 9 of 12, great. Right. Like if you're at 10 of 12, phenomenal. If you're at 12 of 12, that's actually kind of weird. So I think it's partly just political talent. And it's partly the fact that his campaign has been so relentlessly focused on these affordability issues. And even back, when you and Ryan interviewed him, at a time when most of the nation wasn't paying attention to him at all, it showed in the view count. Now if we did a segment with Zoran, it would get hundreds of thousands of views. At the time, it was like 37. He was on his game. He knew what he wanted to say, even at that point, even like relatively early in the campaign. And so I think it's whether he wins or loses, I don't know. I think the fact that his campaign has garnered so much energy and has come even within striking distance really does prove the strength of the way that he has approached politics and, the strength of him personally as a sort of charismatic political figure.
Yeah, he is. I mean, whatever happens tonight, his star is definitely on the rise. They can have Cuomo stomp him, and he will still be a rising star on the left. I was going to say Democratic Party, but who knows? Actually, where he goes from here. There are a lot of different lanes that he could go in, whether he continues to run in this election, but actually just in general. And it's a lesson for them there on a silver platter. So I think the fact that even the pod bros are saying, when you have this stark juxtaposition of Cuomo and Mamdani, and the Democratic establishment is circling the wagons around Andrew Cuomo, what are you doing?
Yeah, I saw Liz Smith, who was, Pete Buttigieg's campaign manager, and who was more of a moderate,
Yep.
She was like, you're disgusting. Like, you think that you should be propping up Andrew Cuomo? That's the best you have to offer? And you're upset about this guy who's like, running a great grassroots campaign. So even people like that really saw the decision to prop up Andrew Cuomo and run him again and get behind him, and all these people who'd condemned him before and called him to resign coming in to endorse him. She really saw that as I think rightfully so, as a complete and total indictment of the Democratic establishment. And I mean, I think a lot of these people, especially if Zoran wins, it will be a shockwave the way that AOC was, because that was a wake-up call of like, when she beat Joe Crowley, that was a wake-up call of, any of it doesn't matter how long we've been there. Like, we've got this restless, left flank that could actually pose a threat to us. And their response at the time, which was in many instances, not completely, but in many instances effective, was, okay, well, we need to turn all of our guns to make sure that we quash whatever this rebellion ultimately is. But, right now, the Democratic base is more upset with leadership than they ever have been in my life, ever. It's not even close. Hakeem Jeffries, Chuck Schumer, they're disgusted with all of them and their complete lack of leadership, vision, focus, backbone, especially right now in this moment. So I think if you see Zoran able to actually pull this off tonight, I think you're going to see a lot more primary challenges. I think you're going to see a major freak out from the establishment, because he could come from nowhere and beat Andrew Cuomo, who, yes, has had, scandal-ridden all of this, but he's a Cuomo. That will be an earthquake.
For the mayor of New York City, it will be an earthquake. It will astound them, and in a way that AOC did, but on a bigger scale, because we're talking about the mayor of one of the biggest cities in the entire world, the center of power, one of the top global centers of power. And now you have a Democratic socialist overseeing it because you guys made them choose. It reminds me so much of Biden and Kamala Harris to some extent too. You guys made them choose. Let's even bring Hillary Clinton into the party. Between Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, Hillary Clinton, those were the choices. It was them or Donald Trump. So Republicans decided that their voters wanted to go with Donald Trump. So if you want to vote for the Republican Party, you're going with that guy. Democrats were like, all right, we see you. And we will offer you a man riddled with dementia.
How about that?
And a woman who is like the mascot of Washington corruption. Like, they do this over and over again, and it sucks for the average voter, by the way, who might be uncomfortable with democratic socialism on economic issues, which, by the way, is probably a chunk of voters in New York City, given that people without college degrees are 60-40% Cuomo over Mamdani, even after all of this. Mm-hmm. You aren't even giving these people a choice, because you were insisting that you're forcing Andrew Cuomo on them over and over again, or Joe Biden or Hillary Clinton, and then Kamala Harris. You didn't let people vote for who would replace Joe Biden. You made them go with Kamala Harris. It's just like they don't have any answer that isn't like palatable to the average Democratic voter who doesn't repel everyone else.
And let me say, we got Ryan back. Let me just say too that I think the policies are part of Zoran's rise, because they are really popular. Mm-hmm. All right, Ryan, what you got? What's going on?
All right, Michael Lang is here with us. Michael Lang writes,
nice to be here.
He's famously the Steve Kornacki of New York City politics.
I don't know about that. Very kind.
One day you could aspire to be the Steve Kornacki of your city's politics. What's your Substack?
It's called The Narrative Wars, but you can just search my last name, Lange.
Okay.
Pop up. Yeah.
So what are you seeing so far?
So the early voting results came in, and Zohran Mamdani was up about 38,000 votes, equivalent to 9%. Mm-hmm. We have subsequently gotten more votes dropped in.
Okay.
And that lead is held. I didn't necessarily anticipate that it would, just because the election day electorate kind of favors Andrew Cuomo. It's a little more working class. There's early voting access issues kind of farther out in the outer boroughs where his base is. Right now we're kind of seeing Zoran doing really well in terms of kind of expanding the left base into Brooklyn, into Queens. He's doing really well in Upper Manhattan, which is a little more diverse, kind of in the earlier stages of gentrification, which is offsetting kind of his struggles maybe in the Upper West Side, the Upper East Side, Greenwich Village, things like that. I mean, as you can see on your graphic, he's up in 3 of the 5 boroughs. So I think it's going to be really interesting. I expect his lead to kind of slowly be whittled down to some extent, just as more ballots come in.
But where are you looking? Like as numbers are coming in, like where do you look for the canaries?
The mic in your mouth.
No, you're okay. Where am I looking for?
Yeah.
I'm just kind of looking for so one of the things that I think is interesting is that other than Brad Lander, who's third, it's kind of sitting around 12%, the support of the other candidates has basically collapsed, which I think is bad for Zoran because, you were kind of hoping at least that a Scott Stringer and Adrian Adams, a Zellner Myrie, to some degree could eat into Cuomo's first round number. And right now that is certainly not happening. Adrian Adams has won 4% of the vote so far, and she's the one in 4th place. So I think that is going to lend itself to Cuomo having a relatively high number in the first round. And but I think an 8-ish point lead right now with 580,000 votes in, I think is solid. But given the kind of the skew of the early voting electorate, I think I would have liked to see it a little higher for him.
And Michael,
go ahead.
Is what happened there with the other candidates, is that they all sort of like consolidated with Brad Lander, or what's your assessment of where their votes went to ultimately since they sort of all collapsed?
That's a great question. So I think for Zellner Myrie, his base is very much in central Brooklyn. I think probably most of his votes went to Mamdani or Brad Lander, but I think in terms of Scott Stringer and Adrian Adams especially, a lot of those votes, like on the west side of Manhattan for Stringer and in southeast Queens for Adrian Adams, I think a lot of those ballots are just going to Cuomo, which again I think lends itself to a very high number in the first
But in some ways that doesn't lift Cuomo's ceiling. He's just cannibalizing from his future rounds, right?
Exactly, yeah. So if the number can still be if the margin can still be close on election day, it would lend itself to potentially a Brad Lander a Brad Lander runoff, helping Zoran be put over the top. Yes.
And Michael, what's the number, like at the end of election day when all the votes are counted before we get to ranked choice? What do you think would be a good deficit for Zoran?
That's an excellent question. I think if you're Mamdani, you want to be 3 and under. I think you feel very good. If you're ahead, I would say it's over.
Yeah.
I think 5% is kind of around that toss-up, maybe 4%-ish. Also, a lot of it depends on what the Cuomo just top-line number is. The closer he is to 50%, you kind of have to adjust that. But I think it's one of those things where it kind of, you have like your 3 or 4% baseline, and then the closer to 0 or the farther away you get, it kind of exponentially increases those odds.
Gotcha.
And can you tell us more about the timeline that we should expect to see tonight? Are there places that take longer for votes to be counted? And with the system here, what time do you expect to have some clarity? I know that's an annoying question, but
no, I think it's an excellent question. No, I mean, I think the way New York State does elections is not very good, and I think if it was a swing state, it would get a lot more scrutiny, and kind of the nation is going to find this out in real time. I think by 11 p.m., maybe worst case midnight, we should have some very good clarity on kind of what the first round looks like, and then going into that next week where we just wait, really, that's kind of what I anticipate.
And what's your number on total votes, you think?
I mean, in my forecast, I had it around 980,000, but it seems like I haven't checked the 9 o'clock dump, but it seems like we're well over 1 million. So I probably undershot it there. It might be like 1.1 million, I would guess. I haven't checked.
All right, Michael, let me ask you what you make of this. These are the Poly Market odds as of now, which have Zoran at 96%.
That's fascinating.
97 it just went up to.
I wonder if that's because on the Board of Elections website it says that 66% of ballots have been counted, which I don't think is true. I guess we have to see more dumps, but that's a great question. I would still be
I actually wanted to ask you about that exact thing, because I think somewhere else it said 70% counted, other 66%
on the New York Times website.
Yeah, what does that mean? What should people who are watching because it's a very confusing stat.
It is a confusing stat, and I wish I could inject more clarity into that, but sometimes when the Board of Elections, we're going to kind of estimate what percent has been reporting, it's actually it's not entirely in line with actually what is left. But
so Polymarket may not understand that.
Yeah, I think there's definitely room for a gambling inefficiency here because, but then again, another drop just came in and we're over 760,000 votes,
which
and
is
that
close
lead
to
is
70%.
Held.
Yeah,
that lead is held. So that feels pretty good to me, because when I started this, it was like 9-point early voting margin, but then we've had an additional 350,000 ballots. And the margins held, which is surprising because
those would be E-Day ballots.
Yeah,
right.
And the E-Day ballots breaking in line with early voting is, I think, something that almost nobody really expected.
The thought was
it's an excellent sign for Mamdani.
And so the thought was that Cuomo would almost certainly win Election Day, but he would come in with the deficit that he'd have to make up.
Yes.
So if maybe the Polymarket people are looking, going, well, if he's holding on as Election Day ballots come in. Now, I'm not sure. I need to drill down more to see where those Election Day ballots are coming in from, because obviously that matters a lot. Do you have a sense of that, Michael? What places have counted thus far?
I don't quite yet, unfortunately. I've been bouncing around from live stream to live stream.
Totally get it.
All right, let's let him go do some work.
I will say another good thing for Mamdani is that every other candidate collapsed except for Brad Lander, and I expect that Brad Lander's votes will at worst by like a 2-to-1 margin transfer to Zoran. So right now that's looking good. I'm actually really stunned that all the other candidates have collapsed and Cuomo's still at 36% with 770,000 ballots in.
Right, you would think he'd be in the 40s with all that collapsing.
I think everyone expected him. No one would have expected that 750,000 ballots would be in and Mamdani would be up 8. Yeah, this is kind of. I thought Zoran would win narrowly, and that was kind of going against the polling grain. But right now, it looks like
maybe
a watershed moment, but perhaps.
All right.
Yeah.
Michael, tell people again where to find. Oh, we just got one more dump, just up to 71% of votes in, it said, and basically holding steady in terms of the margins. So, in any case, tell people where they can follow you and support your Substack, Michael.
My Twitter's Michael Lang, Lange, NYC, and it's just if you type my name into Google, paste NYC, it'll be there. Thank you, folks, for being on. I hope maybe when there's more clarity, I can hop back on.
We'll be here for a while.
Thank you.
Long time watcher. Thank you very much.
Oh, thank you. That's
very nice. Thank you.
Thank you.
Real quick, I remember getting my book signed from you and Sagar.
Oh my God.
1 week before COVID hit in McNally Jackson.
Michael, we remember that so well.
But what a time in the world, So it is a thrilling experience to get to be on with you guys 5 years later.
Well,
did you get COVID at that show?
I actually had COVID in late February.
He brought COVID to the show.
Maybe I did.
You're a super spreader. Yeah. Well, that's where I met Kyle for the first time in person.
Wow.
So that show was very consequential.
There's crazy lore here.
Yeah, wow.
And you're making my father's day watching this. He's going to be very happy.
That's
Big
awesome.
fan of the show. So, thank you
love that.
Thank you guys very much. And again, we all can be part of history. Another ballot drop came in. We're at 825,000 votes. And Mamdani is still up over 8%.
He's even climbing. He's at 44% almost.
8.2%.
So we're seeing him advance even stronger than he was earlier in the night.
This is very bizarre, but an incredible thing.
We'll take it.
We'll have to talk to you again in a little bit.
Yes. Yeah, thank you, Michael.
Time to crunch some numbers.
Yeah, we'll
Always
see you in
a pleasure.
bit.
Take care, you guys.
You too.
See you soon.
Oh man, we got another. We're up at 77%. So 826,000 ballots in. And his lead just notched up even a little bit more. So I don't know. It's pretty wild. I'm going to check back in with Polymarket. What are you guys thinking?
It reminds me of in 2018 when a much smaller crowd was at AOC's election night watch party, expecting her to lose, and then the first votes come out and she's up significantly. Like, oh, that's interesting. But
were you there, Ryan? By the way,
I was, and we were live streaming with the Chapo guys. It was Brianna and the Chapo guys, and we were all doing a live stream on TYT. It was a slice of time.
Yeah, Cenk is showing up in a little bit. He'll be swinging by.
Will he be?
I don't think so.
No, I think he's in LA. But no, and then the numbers just held and even widened. And so it's like, wow, what's going on here? This is very strange. Now, that was an election where you had about 40,000 people vote total.
Yeah.
We're talking, not to take anything away, but 40,000 people.
Sure.
Like, there are more volunteers than voters.
Take a look at this, guys. Adam Carlson says, wow, Mamdani holding an 8.1-point lead with 70% of votes, outperforming expectations big time, not callable yet, but close to callable. Joe Weisenthal says Mamdani could win the first round by over 9%. That was seen as impossible 2 days ago.
Wow.
Let me be clear, if Mamdani wins the first round vote, it's a wrap. It's over. Yes, they'll do the ranked choice vote, blah, blah, blah. But if he is actually up at the end of the first round, none of the polls ever showed that, actually. None of them.
Right.
So if that's what we're on track for, I mean, we will actually be able to exclusively reveal. Not exclusively.
Right.
Yes.
And what's so important about him winning tonight, if he does win, and winning by a decent margin, is that the Democratic Party apparatus tonight is deciding how much muscle they're going to put behind an Andrew Cuomo independent bid. If he were to, let's say, worst case scenario for Zoran in a world where he does run in the general, but he loses by 5,000 votes tonight and still decides to run, you could have the entire party consolidating around Cuomo and even bringing enormous pressure to bear on Eric Adams to not run as an independent so that Cuomo has the inside track. But if Mamdani has a mandate from the Democratic primary electorate, it puts Cuomo's machine in a very difficult position, because now they have to choose between an actual mandate from Democratic primary voters and Andrew Cuomo, who was just rejected by Democratic primary voters and is insisting on running and will have he would have endless money. And so it's question, can money in one guy, and then so then it's what pieces of the machine, what local unions, what elements go with him in the face of a mandate for Mamdani. So that's why him actually winning by something significant, if that 8-point lead holds, it makes it very, very hard for Andrew Cuomo to say, you know what, F the Democrats.
Right, yeah.
I'm running anyway. And it makes it very hard for his machine to go with him.
And I guess I have a question for Krystal and what do we got here?
I was just going to say, on Polymarket, he's at 99% now.
Okay, well, keep placing bets, folks.
Should have bought it 96.
Like 2016.
Damn
it feels like 2016.
Yeah. I guess a question for Krystal and Emily then is we played on the show earlier today one of Cuomo's, I don't know if he worked for the campaign in the past or what, but a very depressing, almost existential thing where they were talking about how Cuomo just it was hollow and that he didn't put any energy in and that he was dragging himself to the finish line. And I guess my question for Krystal and Emily would be, is there a way where if Cuomo loses hard enough tonight that he just quits, that he doesn't run in the general? Do you think there is that gap that's possible?
Yeah, I mean, I think actually if Zoran wraps this up round one, I think that's so embarrassing, so deeply embarrassing to Andrew Cuomo. I'm not saying it's guaranteed that he drops out. Well, not drops out, but doesn't look at an independent lane.
Quiet quits.
Quiet quits. But I mean, even just as we're having this conversation, imagine what the conversation is going to be like in media more broadly over the next couple of weeks if Zoran wraps this up just in the next couple of hours in the first round. How profoundly embarrassing it is to Andrew Cuomo. You already have the pod bros talking about this being a mistake. That's a slice of the Democratic Party establishment that is already saying, hey, this looks like a blunder. This looks like one of those unthinkably stupid ideas that for whatever reason got some momentum and nobody stopped it, because nobody had any other answer.
Right.
And it just
what were people thinking? Yeah.
Doesn't it feel like, Krystal, doesn't it feel like a clarifying moment? I mean, maybe because of the contrast, but the contrast is so bad that it's clarifying.
Yeah, it's one of those things where in retrospect everyone will go wait, you ran Andrew Cuomo?
The guy who on a bipartisan basis screwed up the nursing homes, had a sex scandal? That guy, really?
I think he had 12 sex scandals actually, but go ahead.
Yeah, not just the
we actually have Ross Barkan here.
Oh, awesome.
Who we'd love to
get
on here. We got an earpiece for you right here.
This is the legendary New York reporter, Ross Barkan, who has his own Substack, the Metropolitan Report, the Metropolitan Review, also a columnist for New York Magazine, longtime reporter here in D.C.
In New York.
What do you? Oh, sorry, D.C. We're not in D.C. We're in New York.
New York City.
What are you seeing?
Huge showing for Zoran tonight. Honestly, I am taken aback by how large a lead he has. What's the current numbers right now?
So right now, you can look on the screen there. I've got it shared. So it's about the same. Zoran's at 43.8%. With 81% of the vote in.
So Zoran, I feel safe saying Zoran is going to be the Democratic nominee for mayor in New York City. I don't like to call elections, but I think we're getting very close to there. I don't see how Cuomo pulls this off, honestly, at this point. Maybe there's some last burst in these final 20% of votes, but he holds a really significant lead in an election where it looks like more than 1 million people voted. 1 million Democrats voted. Mm-hmm. This is a realignment election. This is what honestly the left.
What do you mean by that, Ross?
This means that more than any election I can remember, far more than AOC Joe Crowley, far more than, I don't even know, some gubernatorial race somewhere, there has been a massive shift in how people vote, at least in the largest city in America, where a man who was governor for 11 years, who had the entire political establishment quite literally behind him, who had a super PAC spending close to $30 million, is losing by a significant margin to a 33-year-old socialist state assemblyman. That is something that even the wildest leftist forecasts could not predict. And so I have not looked at the vote yet by neighborhood and by precinct. My assumption is with a win like this, it cannot be written off as, it was low turnout. It was the gentrifiers. It was this, it was that. You have this many votes, you are getting a multiracial coalition, you are getting a working class coalition, you are getting upper class people, and you're getting young people. So I want to dig more into the data, but right now, this is a stunning, it's a massive upset. Honestly, you could call this one of the biggest upsets in American political history. I think I'm going to put it in there. Cuomo ran an awful campaign. I don't, as much as I'm going to credit Zoran, Cuomo ran an atrocious campaign, the laziest campaign I've ever seen. But this is still a monumental showing.
What is absolutely. Oh, go ahead, Krystal.
I was just going to ask about the attacks on Zoran, accusing him of being an anti-Semite, and what it means. This very clear rebuke of that tactic, which I think in any year from now in New York City, you can tell me because you're the expert, would likely have been pretty successful. Would have been a very difficult thing to overcome.
Yeah, so 10 years ago, maybe even 5 years ago, if you said a candidate who is pro-Palestine, openly pro-Palestine, and had been an anti-Zionist, does not identify it like
and
that
as a Muslim.
currently.
Yeah.
And is a Muslim. If you took all these things and 5 years ago, you would have said no way. And now he has run up a huge margin in a very diverse city. The Israel lobby must be absolutely, I don't know what's going through their head, because you don't see rebukes quite like this very often in politics.
Do you remember the Jessica Ramos story from 2014?
2014.
So during the 2014 Gaza war, Jessica Ramos, who has gone full circle, she went left, and now she endorsed Andrew Cuomo and this, and running, and she got 0.4%, I think, in the first round. She said, there's a New York Post headline, it's one of the funniest things I've ever seen, maybe it's even New York Daily News, it says, lawmaker expresses sympathy for people in Gaza. That was the headline.
Yes.
No context was needed. That was a scandalous, it was understood to be a scandalous thing.
Yes.
She had to apologize because she wrote a Facebook post that said, it's sad that so many people are getting bombed. And
I remember that 2014 summer very well, because the entire Democratic establishment lined up with Israel. Literally, you had massive rallies. Every so-called progressive Democrat was there cheering on Israel, cheering on the bombardment. And the shift from there has just been seismic. And we know the generational shift is happening. That has been ongoing. But now you have an election like this one. You see it's bigger. It's actually bigger. So I am really, as someone who thinks highly of Zoran's political talent and saw him for a long time going places, to see this kind of result and what other new results come in. Where are we at right now?
Yeah, so here, Ross, this is Adam Carlson, Pollster Adam Carlson, who has said, stick a fork in it. Zohran Mamdani will win the first round of the Democratic primary for New York City mayor. So we have a Pollster calling it, period.
Yeah. That's it. So it's done. It's finished. It's
right, because he's not going to win with Brad Landers votes.
Yeah. Right.
That's right. So I'm looking at this map right now. Zoran won 3 out of 5 boroughs.
Wow. So, Ross, is this similar to an AOC moment where someone like this wins and then the squad comes afterwards and it spreads across the country to other races? Or do you view this more as a very unique race in a vacuum?
What's funny is this race is far more impressive than AOC's race, but I don't know if it's going to be as influential. I don't know yet. I can see Zoran being turned into a boogeyman because he's Muslim, because he's openly socialist, even the way AOC is not. I can see Democrats around America, some excited and some feeling consternation. I don't know. 2018 was sort of the height of resistance, blue wave politics. I actually do not know. I think Zoran is undoubtedly a leader on the left. He might be the leader, and this is all said and done, leading the largest city in America if he wins the general election.
That's a really good point.
I think, though, how other Democrats approach him is going to be fascinating. Some are going to be very excited and embrace it. Some are going to want to run the other way. It's going to be more complicated. But the scale this race was waged on is like a statewide race. New York City is larger than most states in America.
Right.
And it's a very diverse city. It's ethnically diverse, religiously diverse, politically diverse, too. It's not just all lefties. It's a very complicated city. And so for someone to win and win so convincingly, to come from behind, tomorrow I'm sure you're going to hear a lot of explanations from sort of the center. They're going to say this, that, but I think it's falling flat because turnout was big.
What is this?
Democrat.
Oh,
yeah. I was just going to say, there's never been a Muslim mayor of New York City. There's never been a socialist. Some people have likened him to LaGuardia. Can you spell out, do you think that there are parallels with LaGuardia, who's considered, one of the best mayors of New York City of all time?
Yeah, I mean, there's certainly LaGuardia is sort of the progressive ideal of big city mayors. Now, LaGuardia wasn't as a come-from-behind candidate as Zoran was. LaGuardia was a liberal Republican running against the Democratic machine, but he'd been a popular congressman. He'd been kind of building a political operation for years. I mean, Zohran Mamdani was mostly unknown as recently as 5 to 6 months ago, and is now poised to become the mayor of America's largest city. This is not no offense to Chicago or to Boston or to any of these places, but this city is a massive place. And so I think LaGuardia is a parallel. You have the sewer socialist mayors of the early 20th century. The mayors of Milwaukee were socialist. I think Zoran is coming from that good government reform model, delivering public services, delivering public goods. He's not running on ending capitalism, mostly because mayors cannot end capitalism. It's a very economics first campaign. And it's I think it's a good message for all Democrats.
I mean, he could take out Wall Street. That would strike a blow at capitalism.
We could make them pay their parking tickets.
Ross, try.
This brings up a question I wanted to ask, which is, you often see from the primaries to the general election the pivot to the center. How do you expect Zoran? You followed his campaign so closely. You've talked to him. How do you expect him to handle now actually going citywide and having to appeal, not just in a primary?
And let me piggyback onto that. Yes. What do you think this does to Cuomo running in the general?
So I was very sure before this night that Cuomo was running in the general election as an independent with a massive super PAC behind him. That may still happen, but this is a convincing victory for Zoran. This is a large victory. this is not 2 points. This is very big. So for Cuomo, it's going to be harder to pivot into being the super PAC candidate. Now, I think Zoran is going to have to do outreach to a lot of different interest groups, communities that he did less of in the primary because he's going to be mayor. Even though he ran against the power elite sought to destroy him. You're mayor of New York City. You're going to have to take meetings with financiers, with developers. It will happen. So the pivot might not mean any new policy or kind of any rhetorical shift necessarily, but I think he's somebody who's very charismatic. He likes to deal with people. He will talk to anyone. So I expect there to be significant outreach to a lot of the groups that have been most hostile to him. I think he's smart enough to try to attempt as big a tent as possible. But look, there are forces in the city that are going to want to destroy him and destroy his mayoralty. That is a fact. And they tried with de Blasio, and this is much bigger than de Blasio was a center-left progressive Democrat who came out of the political establishment. This is something very different. So these hedge fund finance types, they will think of ways to destroy him. Zoran might still have breakfast with them.
Ross, it was partly
the ways like they would destroy him. Like, what could they do to him as mayor?
Well, and
yeah,
it was partly Cuomo who was trying to destroy de Blasio. I remember the battles they were having.
Yeah, so Cuomo, absolutely. I think they're going to appeal to Kathy Hochul. Hochul is a centrist Democrat. I think they're going to look to Hochul to kind of be a check on Zoran if he's mayor. Look, I think the super PAC failed miserably, but they can always spend more money. And when you're mayor, perhaps those attacks land differently. There's a media apparatus that is depending on what outlet very hostile to Zoran. The New York Times and New York Post editorial boards were very anti-Zoran. So there is a sort of media establishment that is against him. Now, younger journalists and media types like him. So I think there's a generational divide where older media is opposed, younger media in favor. He will have a lot of challenges if he becomes mayor. And I do expect these forces to work against him.
Yeah.
It'll be very interesting to see how he deals with that, how he works with them.
Well, and Ryan and Ross, either one of you guys can reflect on this. It's very fraught for the left because anytime you have a leftist who does a poor job of governing, it's an indictment of the entire left. If you have a centrist who fails at governing, that was just one guy.
Like Eric Adams.
Right, exactly.
Or Andrew Cuomo.
Yeah.
Or Andrew Cuomo.
And also, if you have a leftist who is good at governing, like Michelle Wu in Boston, you never hear about it again.
Yeah.
Now, that's the interesting thing. With Zoran, everyone was like, Brandon Johnson. And I tweeted this, Sam, wait a second. There's a progressive Elizabeth Warren acolyte governing Boston with a 61% approval rating. Why can't Zoran be Michelle Wu? In fact, I think there are real parallels there. And Zoran is a competent person. He's very bright. I think he's going to hire very good people if he's mayor. I think he's going to attempt the sort of reformist, good government type administration. Because look, it's important to do the progressive leftist policies, the things he ran on. But good government and anti-corruption is very important here because Eric Adams was so corrupt. It's going to be very important for Zoran to not be embroiled in any scandals because he will go down fast if that happens. If he can stay clear and have a very clean administration, it's going to go a long way. I think he will.
Are you sad to see you going to jump?
Well, we're going to let Ross go.
Okay.
Oh, you have one more question because we're going to Andrew Epstein, communications director for
Okay,
Zoran,
great.
is going to join us in a second. But do you have a wrap-up question for Ross?
I do have a wrap-up for Ross, which is, aren't you going to miss Eric Adams' content creation?
He's a great content creator, and he's running in the general election, so he's going to be content creating through November.
Something to look forward to.
This is very interesting right now because Cuomo is down so much. Eric Adams, who is left for dead, he's going to try to be the power elite candidate. He's going to go to these financiers, the Bill Ackmans of the world, the Michael Bloomberg, saying, you know what? Cuomo, this guy blew it. Come back to me. Support me. So look out for that too.
Interesting.
Excellent.
Ross, thank you.
Oh,
Great to meet you, my friend.
find me. I column for New York Magazine, my Substack, Ross Barkan, Political Currents. Look on the Substack, subscribe to it. Lots of mayoral race writing to come.
Yeah, Ross, thanks so
Amazing.
much. Really appreciate it.
Thanks, Ross.
So awesome to have Ross Barkan on the stream. Tremendous New York City reporter. I remember I started reading his stuff a long time ago, and I thought he was like 75 years old 10 years ago. That's what a grizzled veteran he is.
So we've got Andrew Epstein here. He was, what's your official title?
The communications director.
Communications director. How are you feeling right now?
Very confident, very excited. I mean, we found the early voting totals. We walked into today where 200,000 New Yorkers had already voted for Zoran. We've won a majority of boroughs in early voting, and not just the kind of caricature of a left-wing insurgent campaign. We are leading in the hearts of immigrant New York and South Richmond Hill and Corona. We're winning districts in the South Shore of Staten Island, all over Manhattan. We're competitive in the Bronx. We are building the multi-ethnic, multilingual, multi-generational working class coalition that this campaign had always set at its North Star. And that's starting to show up in the data tonight.
So what do you think you did differently to overcome the problem that the left has had, which is you can do well in what I think Michael Lang was calling the commie corner,
calling it what?
Commie corner of Brooklyn.
The commie corner. You do well among the hipsters,
yeah.
But breaking out beyond that, it's what crippled Bernie Sanders' campaign.
Yeah.
What did you do differently that broke through?
What I want to say is just correct a little or challenge some of the caricature, even of those voters that often get ascribed as the heart of insurgent, progressive, democratic socialist campaigns. Yes, many people who vote for democratic socialists have college degrees. Many of them have parents who have had middle class or white collar jobs. But they are also tenants in the most expensive city in the country and have struggled to actually realize any of that sort of educational attainment or cultural capital. You can't pay your rent with cultural capital, right?
Yeah.
You pay your rent with money and people aren't making enough. So even among the kind of like caricature of our base voters, there's a different story to be told than I think has been. But we've also fanned out long beyond that. And we did it with a relentless focus on an economic agenda, rejecting all of the narratives about what this race should have or would have been about. I think a lot of candidates and pundits and consultants overcorrected from 2021. Zoran looked straight at...
In what way? What do you mean?
They thought this would be a campaign about the corruption in City Hall, about the kind of law and order messaging that became dominant at the end of 2021. Even that, I think, was quite different in reality than what was said. Eric Adams said he was running to deliver both justice and safety as a police reformer. We said from the beginning, this is about the cost of living crisis. This is about 1 in 4 New Yorkers living in poverty. This is about the inability to pay rent, to pay your mortgage, to raise kids in the city, to retire in the city. And we developed, and Zoran went out with a program that was memorable and relevant and deliverable. And even as early as December, January, Zoran would move around the city and they wouldn't just recognize him as like, oh, I liked your video or you're really dynamic. They'd look at him and they go, freeze the rent. Bus is fast and free. Universal childcare, right? And that is both the premise of the campaign and also how we intend to win a mandate for delivering those things. We don't want people to just elect Zoran because he's a dynamic figure. We want them to elect him to actually then hold him accountable to the exact policies he has laid out from the beginning of this campaign. And the second piece is that we would not have been able to deliver that message to voters without the largest grassroots campaign this city has ever seen. We knocked on 50,000 doors today alone in temperatures that felt over 100. We've knocked on more than 1.6 million doors since this campaign began, more than 50,000 volunteers all across the 5 boroughs. It's the combination of that focus on an economic agenda, on what we're going to do for people, not just what we have done for people, and the fact that that was being delivered by this incredible grassroots movement across the city.
And the thing I've been writing about my entire career and has never really materialized is the idea that if you excite people, they will come out and vote for you.
Yeah, shocking.
And it never quite, but it never, you can't find much evidence for
and
it
if you tell
until
them what
today.
you're going to do for them. Not just who you are, or what your character is.
So freeze the rent, fast free, like that.
Right? And now, if we win we win this nomination, if we defeat the other candidates in the general, we want to be held to account for delivering those exact things that we promised.
It's similar maybe to Georgia, if you remember the Georgia Senate elections. Democrats were like, if you vote for us, we'll give you $2,000.
Right.
And give us the Senate.
Another version of that, and that worked out pretty well.
And people were like, I vote for you and you'll give me $2,000. Okay,
that's a
good
weird
deal.
thing in some corners of the Democratic establishment, the consultant class, that promising people things is like this is cheating. Yeah. It's crass. It's kind of low. Politics shouldn't be about. Politics should be about like your character. How good you sound. No.
So you shouldn't just do Obama voice. You should give them something.
You should give them something. People deserve a lot more than they have right now in this country and in this city. And politics is about organizing those people to deliver those things and make life better and easier.
I had a question for you about sort of the hinge points of this campaign. What were like the key markers that this campaign was growing? Were there moments that sort of made this campaign to get you to this moment here? I'm thinking about the AOC endorsement. Was there a first viral video? What were those hinge points for this campaigin?
There's a couple. I mean, it
was the Breaking Points bump, obviously.
It was the Breaking Points interview. It was Emily and Ryan. Can I just say I'm actually a very big fan of Breaking Points.
Thank you, Andrew.
This is a little surreal.
That's how we got. Hey, that's how we got here. We would not be let in if you weren't a fan. So thank you.
I have been yelled at today by press from around the world how they are not being allowed into this arguably small brewery. But I said no. Drop site, Breaking Points, you're in.
That's it.
That's awesome.
Just what it's going to be.
But yeah, some of those
room 9 of City Room.
Some of those hinge points, like what were those moments?
I think one of them is one that I think Zoran went on to talk about, which was after Donald Trump was elected and everybody was in a state of shell shock. What was this about? What happened? What did we do? We said, let's just go ask people. Like, let's go to the hearts of immigrant New York. Let's go to South Richmond Hill. Let's go to Fordham Road. Let's go to working class, immigrant, and black and brown neighborhoods that swung big for Trump and just ask people, why'd you do it? And we really made a sign that said, let's talk politics. This was 5 days after the presidential election. Stood on the corner and said, let's talk. And we heard again and again and again, I used to have more money in my pocket. Things used to be more affordable. The government is not delivering for me, but there are endless wars around the world, And obviously Trump cynically and disingenuously spoke to those things, in addition to also promising to punish his enemy and playing on a kind of cruelty as well. He also said cheaper prices, end of wars, right? And those are the things that we heard all over the city, especially in those neighborhoods. And when Zoran then said, I'm running for mayor to freeze your rent, make buses fast and free, deliver universal childcare, they said, I'll come back and I'll vote for you. And we are actually seeing that tonight.
How much of that, and then if you guys don't have a question, but how much of that agenda, affordability, freeze the rent, buses fast and free, kind of flowed out of those conversations?
The kind of 3 pillars of this campaign preceded that. We launched the campaign on October 23rd, just a few blocks from here, at a different venue in Long Island City. And we launched with those three signature promises. We have added more. We have talked about more since that, but those have been the core 3, and those are the ones that people remember and literally shout at Zoran as he moves around the city. And those have always stayed the same. And I think it's that focus, that relentless discipline on that agenda that has popularized it around the city and allowed us to stay the course despite, as you know, a lot that's been thrown at us.
A bit like Bernie with the Medicare for All thing. That's the phrase that we...
Let's see if Krystal or Emily have...
Yeah, Emily, do you have any questions?
Can you hear us okay, Andrew?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, perfect. I just wanted to ask you a little bit about all the attacks on Zoran as, anti-Semitic, and how you guys thought about those attacks and also how he coped with them, because I know we saw a moment where he got emotional on the campaign trail in response to a question about that.
It's painful. It's really painful to have those accusations, terrible accusations leveled at you when they're not true. And they've never been true, and they've never been who he is or what the spirit of this campaign has been about, which has always, in all of his politics, has been about universality. Every single person deserves the same thing. Freedom, justice, dignity, peace, everybody, no exception. That's been what's motivated his politics, and to have that twisted into bigotry or hate against any group of people, to have that, and then to be relentlessly hounded about a very narrow set of questions when he has spent the whole campaign focused on lowering costs, delivering affordability, making the city work better for working people, is difficult. And he has had moments of vulnerability where he's also said, I haven't been more vulnerable because of what happens, especially to people of color, to Muslims, when they express emotion. It can be twisted in a different way. He had that authentic moment, the genuine moment of profound sadness about that. But he's incredibly resilient and has spent, and just every single time gotten back on why we're running this campaign. And that has broken through. It really has. So please.
Oh, no, I was going to say, actually, now it looks like you guys are in a position, remarkably, to be talking to New Yorkers who are voting outside of just the Democratic primary. And if that's the case, people have been sort of relentlessly battered with that message from the Cuomo campaign, and also the message that businesses are about to flee en masse and the city's going to collapse if Zoran becomes mayor. So as you guys kind of may have to broaden your messaging now to people outside the Dem primary, what is your message to people who have heard all of the scaremongering about what could happen under a Mamdani mayorship?
One thing Zoran has said throughout this whole campaign is there is not an ideological majority in New York City, but there is a majority of people who feel disillusioned with the political system and alienated from the economic system and feel the strain of the cost of living crisis. And so I don't think the message really changes. I think it continues to be this relentless economic agenda, this focus on cost of living, on our core policies. We're already seeing that resonate beyond registered Democrats. And I think Zoran, in the same way that Bernie Sanders is one of the most popular politicians in America outside.
Did we just call on it?
It's Brad Lander. Let me move.
Okay.
It looks like there's a little bit of chaos. It seems like, is Brad Lander taking the stage?
And Griffin,
we don't have audio yet on this, but Emily, what are you saying?
Can you thank Andrew for us?
Of course, yeah.
Thank you, Andrew.
My pleasure. This has been such a pleasure and honor. I can't wait to listen to the pod.
We'd love to have you back sometime.
My pleasure anytime. Thank you.
All right. Look out, you're stepping on me over here.
Some chaos is happening. It looks like Brad Lander is about to speak, but I'm not sure where he is physically. But it looks like the crowd is turning to hear Brad here. Might be a good time to throw it back to you guys. It's up to you guys, whatever you'd like to do next.
Why don't we do that? You guys can go, talk to folks there and come back to us in
Sounds
2
good.
minutes. And Emily and I will hold down the fort over here.
Okay. All right. See you soon.
All right. See you soon. I was just gonna, that was crazy. I was just gonna throw up. Oh, hold on. I was just gonna throw up the results, the latest results, so we can just get an update here. But I mean, everything is holding strong. 89% of votes in, and you've got, still Zoran holding on to a lead. Which again, no one expected him to be ahead in the first round vote. No one expected that. No one expected him to be, hanging in and even potentially winning the election day vote. So this is, an extraordinary upset that it looks like he's pulled off at this point. And I think, at a it truly is. And especially at a moment when the Democratic Party is so lost and searching, the fact that, again, they try to put up this failed has-been candidate and he just gets completely romped. It is a sign that, the Democratic leadership, the elites that tried to prop this guy up, they are wildly at odds with the Democratic base, and not just the lefty insurgent Bernie folks. If you look at the numbers of congressional leadership, they are wildly underwater with the Democratic base. And so, I don't think that this result is really possible up until this moment when Democratic voters feel so failed by their own leaders of the past.
It's amazing how sometimes they stumble into this contrast and this clarity entirely of their own fault. But then the question becomes, do they listen to this lesson that has been handed to them on a silver platter? And the other thing I'm curious about, no spoilers, but the other thing I'm curious about is whether, now that we see the polling, it looks like the polling was not great. What we were working with, not great polling. But that could just indicate that there was a big surge at the very end of the race. And what I'm really interested in looking at is, I don't know if we'll have good exit poll information or we'll be able to pull out more data, but I'm actually curious if those numbers we talked about roughly an hour ago, when I put up on the screen Cuomo 60-40, leading with people without college degrees, I'm very curious how accurate that was on election day. And
Me too.
I'm really curious how Zoran started polling perhaps higher numbers from different minority groups. That will be pretty critical to the lesson that Democrats ultimately take from this too.
That's what I want to know too, is which groups did he overperform with relative to the expectation, right? Where did those new voters come from? Because clearly he expanded the coalition beyond what any of the polling was picking up. So was it that he was winning more women, right? The women got it together and were like, wait a second, we're voting for Andrew Cuomo? What? No, that can't have, like, maybe that was it, right? Maybe you had some of those, Cuomo was winning Black voters by significant margin. Maybe there was, a vote there that turned down. Maybe more non-college educated voters. We came into the evening talking about, is there a shy Cuomo voter? Right, where some of the demographics that most strongly back him are the exact demographics that were hard to poll in the context of Trump. It appears there was a shy Zoran voter, or as you said, perhaps things shifted significantly here at the end. I mean, we've been feeling for a while that Zoran had all the momentum, and Cuomo was playing this kind of like prevent defense, this very old, tired playbook of, I have experience. He's too young. He doesn't know what he's doing. Plus, he's an anti-Semite, and all the millionaires are going to leave Manhattan. That was the playbook. And, it's historically, that's been pretty effective in the context of New York City and New York State politics. But you could tell that it was sort of a matter of time, if the race played out long enough, that Zoran was on the upswing. And the trajectory eventually, if there was enough time for him to pull it off, that eventually he would have a chance at prevailing. So it could just be that the momentum shifted that much. I think the Brad Lander cross endorsement, I think was I think that was very significant, both because Brad Lander is the highest elected Jewish official in New York. So at a time when those attacks were coming fast and furious at Zoran, to be able to go on Colbert with Brad Lander and say, like, why you're calling me an anti-Semite? Let me have this man sitting right next to me vouch for me. And the image of having a Jewish elected official and Zoran, who now looks like he may well be the first Muslim mayor of New York City, together, in the city that was hit by 9/11 and all of the racial profiling that happened in that city. I mean, that is an extraordinary image. And then you had Lander arrested by the Trump administration, while he was trying to assert his rights and ask for a warrant as they were trying to arrest an immigrant. That shot up his profile, and I think that's part of why he performed so well. So I think that was probably a pivotal piece. You had the AOC endorsement come in relatively late, but that's been in for a few weeks. You had the Bernie endorsement come in, quite last minute here in the last several days. So I don't know if that had a significant impact. I don't know. I'm like you. I'm very curious to dig into what the demographics actually looked like and what this coalition was made of, because there are undoubtedly going to be some surprises there, judging by the numbers.
Yeah, it may be that the polling was actually correct. It was just that there's a significant change in maybe the 48 hours before Election Day. We don't know. And it could be also the heat. I mean, there was a lot of talk about the heat playing a role in this. I'm skeptical that that was decisive, given the numbers that we're looking at here for Zoran, which we were talking about marginal. at best, people are like, maybe he'll pull off something that's marginal and we're going into recount territory and something like that. But this is decisive. Andrew Cuomo has been decisively defeated by a much younger upstart with very few resources. I mean, essentially started with zero resources not that long ago. We just heard his comms director say they launched the campaign in October with none of the name recognition. I mean, that is another really important part of this. Name recognition in local elections is like half the ball game. You could not have a more recognizable name as a New York politician than Cuomo. And this guy, it reminds me actually of Jeb Bush getting defeated by the host of Celebrity Apprentice. Granted, Donald Trump had amazing name recognition.
Yeah.
But I mean, it's like you have somebody who is a absolute classic career politician who has this sense of hubris and almost entitlement about becoming the sort of candidate, the nominee, and someone who nobody took seriously, just comes from behind. There's an obvious AOC parallel, given that we're talking about New York, we're talking about DSA, Dem, all of that. But man, the only other thing I want to say, Krystal, is something that we were talking about, and I think we heard it from Zoran's comms director there. It almost like gave me chills, and I say this just as somebody on the right, when we're looking at potentially the new face of the Democratic Party. I don't mean chills in a good way or a bad way, but just in a way that it's so profound that when people wake up tomorrow morning, the likely next mayor of New York City has a lot of work to do. We don't know what Andrew Cuomo is going to do next. But the likely next mayor of New York City is someone who is demanding, like basically shaking Democrats in the most nonviolent way, and saying, this is what your younger voters want. And he has forced them to reckon with him because he may now have significant power himself. And that is really, really, it's a new day for Democrats if that happens.
This is pretty interesting reaction from Obama guy and PodSave guy, Dan Pfeiffer. Here he says, what's happening in New York City is a blaringly loud message to those in the Dem establishment who still cling to old politics, recite focus group talking points, and are too afraid to say what needs to be said. We have a lot to learn from Zohran Mamdani and his campaign. And I think that's significant because we talked a little bit about how, Zoran really was quite effective in coalition building, right? So not only with the Brad Lander cross endorsement, Michael Blake also cross endorsed, but reaching out to, he reached out to the Abundance guys. He went on with Derek Thompson. He had a great conversation with Derek Thompson where they didn't agree on everything. But I think people came away from that conversation, liberals, which is what Derek Thompson is, came away like, I like this guy. And I was impressed because he knew his stuff in that conversation too. I mean, they got into the weeds on housing policy and transit, et cetera. And you get a sense of like, he's thought these things through. It's not just the top line slogan. He's thought these things through. And so he's done an effective job as sort of building a, left coalition, but bringing in the liberals in a way that, yes, you had the Bill Clintons, the Jim Clyburns, the, elite Democratic establishment elected officials really coming in strong for Cuomo. But a lot of the sort of liberal Obama types were like, okay, we're impressed with Zoran, like, yes to Zoran. And they weren't, terrified of him getting elected or fighting tooth and nail against him. And so I think that also speaks to his ability just to, to reach out people who aren't exactly in the same ideological place as him and bring them on board.
I do think he is able to neutralize people's panic pretty well. The idea of like a socialist as the Democratic candidate or a socialist as the mayor of New York City, he's someone who's actually able to fairly deftly, I think, neutralize any of people's like hyperventilating over hearing that. And Ross Barkan mentioned this when we were talking to him, but there used to be a lot of urban socialist mayors. There was a moment when socialism, believe it or not, was on the rise in the United States of America, and sort of much more mainstream's not the right word, but much more sort of common and tolerated, and didn't quite have the same boogeyman effect that it has now. So it's not entirely like unprecedented that you would have somebody with the economic policies of Zoran overseeing a major city. I understand why it probably feels scary to people, and this will all be hashed out as the race goes on. But this is for Democrats. He now is he's a celebrity. He's a Democratic politician who is also a celebrity because he just had this massive come from behind victory. He has support of a lot of people in New York politics now. They're all, I mean, this is you can't put him in a corner anymore.
Yeah.
He can't be relegated to the fringe. He can't be put in a corner. You now have to reckon with him as a force in the Democratic Party, the same way that you're reckoning with Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez and Bernie Sanders. But this time, I don't know, Krystal, for me, it just feels different because it feels like it was so shocking to everyone.
Yeah, well, and this is an interesting, from Howard Glazer, former top aide to Cuomo, who's become one of his harshest critics as of the early results. Andrew never dreamed he could be in this situation, finding himself down, even briefly, to somebody he views as a nobody. So a little insight into the psychology there.
Cuomo just conceded. Let's put it up on air, guys. Cuomo just conceded.
Wow. All right,
let's go for it.
Let me find that.
That is...
we're going to play that, and then we're going to go to you. We did not. We thought this would be a longer night. That's for sure. Everyone is at that party right now, is watching it on screen behind us. It's blown out so you can't see it. But Cuomo just conceded the race.
Are we going to play him live?
We're going to play it. Yeah, we're going to play it. Mac's working on getting it up right now for us.
Okay. And then Michael, so did you have a chance to look through precinct by precinct or borough?
So,
what?
What we saw.
And Mac, let us know when, or let Griffin know when you have that ready, and then we'll come back after Cuomo.
Do I need an AirPod? Okay.
Yeah.
We saw Zoran did what people did not think was possible, right? There are these little block-sized precincts. They're called election districts. 4 years ago, these election districts in Greenpoint and in Astoria and in other neighborhoods filled with young people, they would sometimes contribute 150 or 200 votes. This time, 600, 700, multiplied out by many, many neighborhoods. I mean, the cliche on the left is betting on young voters. Zohran Mamdani bet on young voters and delivered incredibly. But it wasn't just that. Andrew Cuomo, without fail, won the wealthiest precincts in the city, in addition to middle-class Black and Orthodox Jewish areas. Everywhere else really came up for Zohran Mamdani. He basically pushed farther into Brooklyn, farther into Queens, into Upper Manhattan, into areas where the left has been shut out, right? And he did it by, I would say, being a transcendent candidate, but also running an incredibly disciplined.
What they're saying back here is that.
So Cuomo is saying that he just called him and congratulated him on winning the race. Cuomo has already made the call to Zoran Mamdani. The crowd here is ecstatic. It is 10:28 p.m. This is far earlier than we expected to hear this.
I just want to say this is we are witnessing political history, right? There were even the most probably bullish Zoran people did not expect him to be up in the first round, let alone be up 7 or 8 or 9 points and carry that lead all the way through. I mean, this is not only a realignment here in New York City and an earth-shattering moment here, this will have national reverberations across the Democratic Party. Because now, especially amidst Trump 2.0, this is the blueprint for how progressive insurgents can run. And frankly, also, I must say, Andrew Cuomo ran an absolutely shambolic campaign. It was the worst front-running campaign I have ever known in New York City. And,
that's what most establishment candidates run.
No, but I mean, this was uniquely bad. And I will say, this is personal to me. Born and raised in New York, he took the people of this city for granted. He really did. He thought he could come in and just win off of name recognition, off of who he used to be. But the city was changing. This was old New York versus new New York. And new New York pulled through. So I can't say it enough.
So, Michael, can you hear me okay?
Yes,
I know it's loud in there. So I just would love for you to dig a little bit more into the coalition that he was able to pull together. Were the polls wrong because they underestimated how many young people would come out, or were the polls wrong because he pulled more from demographic groups that weren't expected, or a little bit of both?
Both. So, I mean, again, I thought Zoran would win, but I thought he would win by a very close margin. This is verging on like a blowout, like a 10-point win. The polls, I'm not a pollster, but the word would be they over-index their samples to make it close to the 2021 electorate. But Mamdani remade the electorate, right? Not only did he basically usher in a record number of college-educated young voters, he also, with working-class demographics that are younger, namely Hispanic and Asian voters, many neighborhoods of which saw pronounced shifts to Donald Trump last November. With these younger electorates, that's also where he really shined. And where Cuomo, you see him doing really well, it's without fail the oldest voting bases: black, white, rich, middle class. This was a generational election. And I'm thrilled to be here and share that with you.
I want to throw to the Cuomo video, and then let's get Emily and Krystal to ask Michael more questions. But we've got the Cuomo conceding here, calling Zoran and saying tonight is his night. Mac, let's roll the clip.
Which is interesting wording, because tonight is his night, meaning next election night is going to be mine.
They're getting ready for November.
Let's hear this concession.
The issues that we discussed, but the night was not our night. Tonight was Assemblyman Mamdani's night, and he put together a great campaign, and he touched young people and inspired them and moved them and got them to come out and vote. And he really ran a highly impactful campaign. I called him, I congratulated him, I applaud him sincerely for his effort, and let's give him a round of applause and thank him for his campaign. The issue.
Incredible. Yeah, incredible.
Remarkable. This was the for decades, you could win elections in New York City with the support of very specific institutions, labor unions, the financial elite, editorial boards. For the most part, they all lined up to stop Zoran.
UAW is here, and they're wearing their T-shirts
UAW and DC 37 are the labor unions that are the exception, in addition to PSC CUNY. But the institutions that drive politics in New York, they lined up and said, we have to stop this guy. And frankly, they failed. It was for whatever power that they used to have or that they thought they have against someone like Zoran, they were frankly impotent. This is a real DEFCON 1 reckoning for kind of the establishment, both here and I would say across the country. Although I would caution that the New York City electorate is, which is why I love it, it is very unique.
Yeah,
so
Michael,
you can't quite apply it.
Can you drill down in some of the areas you're seeing, particularly where Zoran seems to be, as you put it, bringing out, I'm trying to think of the word that you used here, but like rebuilding the electorate.
Yes.
So areas where you were mentioning younger working class voters, as we're trying to piece together this puzzle, what are some of those places that we're looking at that are surprising and speak to him putting together a different electorate altogether?
That's a great question. So I'll take like a neighborhood like the Upper West Side, which is like traditionally a little more liberal, and Astoria, which is very young, very progressive. It's where Mamdani represents them in the state assembly. 4 years ago, the Upper West Side outvoted Astoria 2-1. This year, which is like, it makes sense. The Upper West Side, they're wealthier, they're more educated, things like that. This election, Astoria outvoted the Upper West Side.
Wow.
There was a pronounced enthusiasm gap here, combined with Mamdani doing really well with Asian working class voters. East Asian, like Chinese folks, and South Asian, like Bangladeshis most specifically, because the Bangladeshi population in New York is over 100,000. And I mean, you can see the more immigrant-heavy enclaves, him doing really well. Flushing, Elmhurst, Chinatown. These were voters that many people, maybe including myself, many months ago thought Andrew Cuomo will surely win. and yet he bled support there. I mean, it was an enthusiasm gap, but also a profound taking for granted of working class voters. And Mamdani met those people where they were.
And meanwhile, was literally speaking their language,
yes,
right?
Literally in their native tongue. And I mean, also, this cannot. A lot has to be said for them. You guys interviewed Andrew Epstein, phenomenal communications director, right? Their mass comms. Zoran was ubiquitous to people under 45, but it turned out much more than that, right? But also it has to be said, 1.5 million doors, 50,000 volunteers, combining that macro, the communications, with the micro, pressing the flesh, meeting people in their neighborhoods, talking to them. That is a brutally effective combination when you're running against someone who is frankly running away from any type of publicity or spotlight. And I cannot stress how historic this is. This is like AOC except for the whole city, right? Which is, all due respect to the 14th congressional district, it is just difficult. It is different replicating that type of performance citywide.
So, Michael, what sort of challenges is he going to face going forward, both in terms of the general election, but also in terms of actually governing? Because I lived in the city when Bill de Blasio was mayor. I saw the way that Andrew Cuomo went to war with him, and all sorts of forces were arrayed against him. So what should we expect there?
That's an excellent question. So I'll start with the general election. So because Cuomo basically conceded, right, this next 72 hours, I think, are huge, right? It's like when Biden dropped out and Kamala Harris made all those calls to keep everyone out of the race. If you're Zoran, you got to get on the phone with Hakeem Jeffries, Chuck Schumer, Jerry Nadler. You have to put pressure on the Democratic establishment to come out and support you immediately, like Letitia James, Scott Stringer, anyone you can get, right, to kind of build that blue wall for the general election, because Andrew Cuomo is on the ballot as an independent. Eric Adams, whose polling is atrocious across all party affiliations, he's on the ballot. And you also have Curtis Sliwa, who's the red beret wearing guy, former guardian angel. But so let's talk about the general for a second. Eric Adams, I think, is mortally wounded, but he's intent on running. Sliwa is honestly a non-factor. Even Donald Trump doesn't support him. I think he's a very poor fit for a blue wave year. He's not a serious enough person to break into wealthy, civically engaged Manhattan precincts. So if you're the big bad establishment, before tonight you were betting big that if Andrew Cuomo lost, he could at least keep it close. Now I think the calculus changes drastically. It's too late to get another candidate, right? Like, hey, let's get Rishi Torres or Dan Goldman to save us, right? It's too late to put another candidate on the ballot. So they're probably going to have to rock with Cuomo, but Cuomo's effort was so shambolically bad that Eric Adams might get a second look. And unless there is some type of anti-Mamdani consolidation where you have Sliwa and Adams or some combination of those three bend the knee to one another, and frankly, they have no incentive to. They all hate each other for different reasons. That makes defeating Mamdani on the Democratic Party ballot line a very tall order in November.
You know, Cuomo's big thing, his calling card is that he's a tough guy, that he's going to take on Donald Trump. And I heard that actually from some voters today. Like, yeah, he's going to take on Trump. He was not good on COVID. You just lost to a 33-year-old socialist. How are you going to take on Trump?
You know,
it really wrecks your whole thing.
I don't want to talk about karma, but I mean, quite the karma. This is the matchup that he always wanted for months. They were like, one-on-one, we want him. And I ironically, I wrote an article like
Hillary Clinton and Trump
3 weeks ago. And I said, be careful what you wish for. And I mean, look what happened. So I think, Krystal, to your challenge, if he does become the next mayor of New York City, which is a remarkable feat for someone who started at 0%, those institutions that line up against him, they will not go away. Many of them, particularly, I would say, like the quote-unquote media elite, the New York Times, but especially the New York Post, which really savaged Bill de Blasio, they will be there for 4 years trying to basically whittle down his support every chance they get. And I think, you know, all credit to Bill de Blasio, right? But he's not quite the messenger that Mamdani is.
Yeah.
I think Zoran is really as well equipped as any left-leaning person to kind of deal with that media onslaught. And he has a John Lindsay-esque factor where you're going to have tons of talented people want to like work for him. And ironically, I won't say any names, but like there are people who know that I know Zoran, and they're like, hey, like if he wins, like, can you help me get a job with him or whatever? You know, like people that you wouldn't think. So there is like going to be a lot of.
And Brad Lander, I understand, is going to help him significantly.
Yes, well, Brad Lander, he didn't win. It didn't quite work out for him. He was a phenomenal surrogate. Frankly,
yeah.
But he also knows the city as a comptroller. And
exactly.
Right.
No, Brad Lander will be an invaluable ally to Mamdani. Some people said, Brad Lander should run for Congress against Dan Goldman. He could be a deputy mayor. I like Brad Lander a lot. I think he probably deserves a lot of time with his family. But if he wanted to serve in city government, I don't think there would be anyone better. And there will be talent. People will want to work for him. It's going to be an exciting thing that these more establishment candidates kind of don't have. But it will be a challenge. And he, I will say the best compliment I can give Zohran Mamdani is that people ask him how he'll manage the city. Well, he managed a pretty damn good campaign, right? And a lot of the campaign has to do with the principle, right? He hired all the right people, all the people that are going to come up from this. Those were his picks, and I think that kind of bodes okay for, this guy's going to figure it out. I would never bet against someone.
He didn't have a campaign implosion either, which is unusual.
Exactly. No, this was a disciplined, thorough effort. I mean, it's really. I'm spoiler alert. I'm writing a book about this as we speak. This is a blueprint effort. I know I struck gold, right? Now I can sell it for more. Maybe.
Michael, talk a little bit about the Cuomo side, though. I mean, what a fall from being governor of the state to losing to a 33-year-old, somebody he would consider an absolute nobody.
Yeah, the Cuomo rise and fall. I mean, it's Shakespearean. It's out of a different time, frankly. And I think Cuomo's thesis was like, I am a varsity level guy, and I'm gonna come in here, this JV field, and I'm just gonna crush them. Mm-hmm. And I think, no offense to everybody else, I think the JV thesis was actually not too wrong, except he ran into the guy who's on JV, who's a freshman, who's tall, athletic, long arms, but then by the fourth game, it's like, wow, he's like our best player. He's put it all together. He ran into this buzzsaw, this transcendent talent. And I think this is the end for Andrew Cuomo. Who knows what the general holds, but this was there's no way to sugarcoat it. This is an absolutely devastating result for him. Yeah.
And you're calling this
a nicer guy.
You're calling this a blueprint. How much of this is replicable outside of New York City and outside of, I think everyone has to acknowledge what a just extraordinary talent Zoran himself is.
I think this can be a blueprint for urban campaigns, right? I think if Westchester was part of this electorate, that probably would have been Cuomo's best area, right? But I think in terms of making and doing really well with college-educated young people, doing well with baby boomer liberals, and then making those inroads with the younger working class demographics, native or people who've moved into the state. I compared Zoran frequently to Michelle Wu in Boston. Michelle Wu's coalition in 2021 was actually very similar. They personally are similar, like free buses, rent control. I think that was the blueprint. He just scaled it up to all of New York City, which is a much more working class electorate than like Boston, for instance. So I think there will be, I would throw caution to the wind, right? We talked about 2026 and what that holds. I think there are going to be a lot of candidates who see this and are like, see, I can do it. But Zoran is a very unique talent. And I'm not just saying that because I like him personally. And that type of thing you don't quite have everywhere, And I think we're going to get some copycats, but ironically, maybe the best legacy from tonight, and there's still a lot to behold, is that they had 50,000 volunteers, right? You look at someone like AOC. AOC was a Bernie Sanders volunteer in 2016, then she ran for Congress. Think about what those 50,000 volunteers, what they are going to do with this experience in terms of accomplishing things. You might have the next Zoran there, the next AOC, the next Bernie Sanders, the next Bowman of that group, and I just think there's a force multiplier effect here that is truly remarkable.
Yeah, I think there's a lot to that.
Yeah, I felt like, I'm curious for your take on this. The framing of his policy choices gives something to everybody, because it's very hard for centrists to fearmonger you can fearmonger abolish ICE, you can fearmonger defund the police, you can even fearmonger Medicare for all because you're going to lose your insurance and you're going to lose your doctor. But it's very hard to fearmonger. You can fearmonger freeze the rent. Oh no, like the landlord won't fix your stuff anymore. It's like the landlord won't return my calls anyway. Like what are you talking about? And there's a journalist named Mark Schmidt who came up with this phrase where he said, it's not what you say about your policies, it's what your policies say about you. And what his policies said about him is that he had a kind of radical vision, but something that you can actually accomplish. Because like when you'd actually drill down on it, it's like, what's the New York Times freaking out about free buses for?
I know. What's funny is that free buses would be a drop in the budget, or a drop in the bucket in the New York State budget. I think universal child care, that'll be like, hey, Kathy Hochul, you're for re-election. Like, do me a solid, and I'm not gonna take my movement against you, right? But I think the rent freeze, that is done. The municipal grocery stores, that won't cost a lot. I think it'll be harder to make the buses fast than it will be to make them free. I'll put it like that. And I think also Andrew Cuomo and I would say like the political class or the political elite in New York City, they really struggled to understand Zohran Mamdani and kind of what his campaign was like. And I feel very lucky as a young person of the left that I was actually able to see it pretty early. But Cuomo world, they're very much stuck in like 2018 Albany worldview, right? They see Zoran as like what do you call it? Like a
WFP candidate they can push around.
Like a rabble rouser in Albany, someone who's not taken seriously. But what they didn't realize is that actually, the cost of living crisis, which he relentlessly focused on day after day, week after week, is the number one issue. And it was the number one issue percolating below the surface, but he really brought it out. Robert Caro, the great biographer, has a great quote where it's like it talks about how we're all kind of sensitive to the social forces of history, but the great ones among us take the social forces and pull them in their direction. That quote perfectly encapsulates what Zohran Mamdani did with this campaign in terms of bringing all those things to the forefront and making them the number one issue, the same way that Eric Adams really made public safety the most salient talking point in 2021.
Hey, Michael, did you ever expect to see the numbers in Staten Island be this close?
I mean, no, I did not. I mean,
right?
I think that is unbelievable. I mean, I had Staten Island at around 30,000 votes, so I'm going to overshoot that a bit. But no, I mean, I think also it shows that he did really well on like the North Shore, which is very diverse. There are tons of Arab Christian and South Asian communities there, and I think, this is just a sham. I would never expect it.
Megnad Bose, who we had on earlier, was telling us a couple hours ago that he was in Staten Island most of the day and talked to like 12 voters down there, and 10 of them were Zoran. It's like, what? Zoran. It's like, what?
To this like big moment for the left. Is this replicable in other cities? Like, is this replicable in LA? Is this replicable in other places? Or is there something very unique about New York where this could only happen here?
This is where maybe you lose me a bit. I will say I am an expert on New York City. I can't quite speak to the electorates of other cities, but I don't see why it wouldn't be replicable. But I think New York at this time in the Trump 2.0 era and with the young population being so overlooked, I do think it was particularly ripe. The conditions were there. Like, people would talk about, 2029, 2033, you could have a really left-leaning mayor, right? But Zoran just said, hey, this sleeping giant, I'm waking it up and we're toppling the establishment with it. And that's what this is. Yeah, go for it.
Can I ask, Michael, what the overall outlook on turnout is compared to the 2021 race as of right now? Like, what shift did we see or not see?
So overall in 2021, there were 940,000 ballots cast. Right now we're at 950,000. Wow. But that'll climb over 1 million. But the big turnout shifts came at the neighborhood level. These younger neighborhoods were juiced like nothing before. And black neighborhoods, I mean, I'm just scanning it, but the turnout went down, right? And kind of in these liberal, like No Kings protest areas, Brownstone, Brooklyn, parts of Manhattan, the turnout also went up. So you kind of had, this is something I didn't anticipate, and I thought he would win because of it. You did have Cuomo taking working class black voters for granted, not really pressing the flesh, and then the Mamdani base, due to him personally, but also macro political conditions, being unbelievably fired up and just delivering a tsunami, really.
Yeah.
And speaking of tsunamis, that all happened in this heat wave that, remember, Krystal and I were just talking about this, was supposed to depress turnout, and looks like that didn't happen.
Yeah, I mean, just go ahead.
I was just going to say, Brad Lander apparently told his supporters, I urge the New York Times to cancel its new feature, editorial riddles.
That's funny.
Because of their confused endorsement. Anyway, go ahead, Michael.
I was just going to say that I'm going to be honest. I think I forgot what I was going to say.
Well, the excitement is in the air.
Happens all the time.
I'm starting to smell a little bit of weed, which I think means that people are starting to celebrate here at the campaign.
Amazing.
We're going to go look for some other people, and then we're going to let you guys go for a second.
Okay. Thank you, Michael.
All right. If you guys, did you bail?
No, we're still here. Oh, no,
now they bailed.
Krystal, can I just ask you, because on the right, there's the Eric Cantor moment that everyone compares with the AOC moment, whatever. We're early in this right now, and it's easy to kind of overstate things on the night that they happen, but you've been involved in politics for a long time. You've been on the left a long time. What does this mean? I mean, how significant is this?
It could be what we thought the AOC moment was, because what we thought the AOC was that watershed moment, right, where you would have, effectively a Democratic Tea Party. You've got AOC as the first big win for Justice Democrats, which Kyle was a co-founder of, and they were able to notch some wins, but it ends up being somewhat limited, both in time and in the type of seats where they're able to succeed. And a big part of that was because the Democratic liberal base still had tons of faith in their democratic institutions and elites. So, and this played out on a national level in 2020, when all of the elites consolidated around Joe Biden. That's it. It was toast. MSNBC, CNN, Obama working behind the scenes. When they came in and said, nope, this is the guy to beat Trump, I've never seen polls flip so quickly, because those politicians and those institutions still had credibility. Right. They don't anymore. So who knows where it leads, if it's a trend, if it's a one-off, we don't know. But one thing that is different that could indicate that it does lead to a Democratic Tea Party, that it does lead to, the sort of wave that we had hoped, those of us on the left had hoped we would see last time, is because you've seen this massive fall off in trust in liberal media institutions, certainly in liberal elite leaders. And so the next time, Chuck Schumer or whoever says, oh, you got to vote for this guy, you can't vote for this crazy lefty, Democratic-based voters are not listening to that in the same way that they were. Ryan, you got someone there for us?
Yes. So we have a great guest to build on what we were talking about earlier about the way the Democratic machine kind of lined up behind Cuomo and is now facing an existential crisis. Brennan Mencia is the lead organizer of the effort to get the UAW on board for Zoran, first and one of the only unions. So what's your exact title over at the UAW?
Yeah, thanks. So I'm the Region 9A director of the UAW, which is the Northeast in Puerto Rico.
And when did you guys jump in? This was maybe 3-4 weeks ago, I feel like?
So we had a very democratic member-led process, which is unlike a lot of unions. And we endorsed a slate, unranked at the time, which included Zohran Mamdani. So we were the first labor union to endorse Zoran back in December of 2024.
And I feel like this this relates to everything else we've been talking about tonight, in the sense that without Sean Fain leading and being led by a reform movement inside the UAW, becoming president of the UAW and bringing democracy to it and bringing a more aggressive approach to it, I would imagine there's zero chance UAW is behind Mamdani in this election.
Yeah, I think as you saw, most labor unions decided to either endorse Cuomo or not endorse Zoran until very late. And we knew that we needed to listen to our members. Our members were very excited by the possibility of electing someone like Zoran, and so our process allowed us to do that. And I think it's true. I think Shawn Fain's election, I ran with Shawn on a slate with him to reform the UAW. I think Zoran's election is part of that story. It's workers, young people standing up, demanding justice.
And you have about, what, 20,000?
Yeah, in the city, we represent about 20,000 members.
How active were they?
Oh, super active. From the very beginning, we were canvassing, door knocking, engaging our members, joining all the campaigns canvasses. We saw UAW signs and shirts throughout this campaign, so we got involved right away.
And then if you guys have any questions, but I'm curious, Brendan, if you have any thoughts on how the rest of labor is going to respond to this win tonight.
I mean, we're going to have to see, but I think this is an opportunity for labor to really see how things have changed. Workers don't want, especially young workers, don't want status quo politics. They don't want status quo politicians. They want a new generation of leaders. And it's time to engage with Zohran Mamdani and a lot of other bright young leaders that are coming up that are demanding economic and social justice.
Help us understand the mentality of the labor unions that would back a Cuomo over a Zoran, when ideologically Zoran is, much more closely aligned and would be much more reliable.
Well, I would say that a lot of labor unions really rely on having a relationship with a politician, and that history matters a lot to them. They don't want to take a risk on someone like Zoran, who, let's remember, when he was starting up, he was pulling at 1%, 2%. So we took a chance, they said, when we backed him. We knew his potential. We knew that once he got in front of people and talked to people, that things would change. A lot of labor unions, didn't think that. And I think we really led the way. More and more labor unions came out in support, including DC 37, which ranked them number 2. They're the union of the largest. They're the largest union for city employees in the city, and I think that made a huge difference as well.
And to bring more threads together, Jamal Bowman's former LD, I guess, Raj Sikora, top Jamal Bowman staffer, and was he involved with Justice Democrats at any point? Anyway, he's now at the UAW, so he's bringing some of that kind of insurgent element, but he wouldn't get hired at a non-Shawn Fain style union.
At the UAW, we're trying to do things differently, and that includes endorsing someone like Zoran Mamdani, and now here we are.
Yeah, and look who it paid off for.
Yeah,
that's right.
Yeah.
Were there concerns that you had to overcome among your members, like rank and file members?
Well, I think you should know that we did a press conference recently with our members up in Rochester and Buffalo, who also despise Andrew Cuomo. Andrew Cuomo, as governor, never showed up to any of our picket lines, including when General Motors workers in upstate New York, Western New York, went out on strike. And he also crushed bills and legislation that would support our members in auto and manufacturing. So it's not just the workers in the city who did not want Cuomo as governor. So I think the UAW really had an opportunity to lead in this fight, unlike other unions. And so our members were pretty clear that they did not want Andrew Cuomo as mayor. A lot of our unions had a great working relationship with someone like Brad Lander. Brad Lander fought a lot for UAW members in the city as comptroller, and I think that's why we ranked them number 2.
Yeah, that's actually really interesting because it speaks to how crucial on the local level Brad Lander's coming in and making that endorsement of Zoran.
Absolutely. When we endorsed Brad Lander and Zoran in December, we told them that we wanted a cross endorsement. We did not think that you can go up against Andrew Cuomo by yourself as an individual. You needed to run as a slate and cross endorse each other. And that's exactly what they did. And we're so happy to see it. Brad is awesome.
Last question that I have for you is, the left has sometimes struggled with working class voters, with non-college educated voters. What do you think has gone wrong there? What do you think that Zoran did right that was able to really expand and build on this coalition?
Yeah, so I know a lot has been made about the generational fight here and, what backgrounds people have that voted for who. But the results tonight are clear that when you center your campaign on economic issues, on issues that affect working people, no matter what kind of work they do, whether they work at a dealership, an auto dealership, and are a mechanic and are a blue-collar guy, or whether you work for a law firm and you're a white-collar worker, or you work at a museum or a university, if you struggle with the cost of living and with housing and with so many other issues, that's front and center in what you're looking for in a candidate to speak to. So I think what Zoran was able to do was not just really energize young people, he was also able to energize people who had really lost faith in the political establishment because they don't speak to these issues anymore. Andrew Cuomo wasn't going to do anything about housing. He wasn't going to do anything about cost of living. He was all talk, and Zoran, had a vision, and that's what this was all about.
Cuomo's known as a vindictive politician.
Yeah.
Did he signal to you guys anything he was going to do if and when he won, or?
We haven't had a relationship with Andrew Cuomo since 2019, since that GM strike that we talked about, and I think that's when the relationship effectively ended. And so we never ever thought about engaging with Andrew Cuomo throughout this mayoral race.
Yeah, I wonder how much of this race came down to Cuomo just being an awful candidate. Like, I think Zoran gets a lot of credit, but
listen, UAW Region 9A is a union that organizes more than any other union in the city, organizing new workers and contract fights in the city. And so we know that when you want to win a campaign, you actually have to fight. You actually have to campaign. You have to put in any campaign. You're going with voters. You're up. It doesn't work. Canada and a movement of young people.
Soon, still been. So, they were Brendan. Really.
Question. How this go this what we AOC meant because so many also established this
out through which is out 20 Zoran in 20 with a candidate. The for chapters good fight. A lot of boomer. Because it in history. Thousands of they brought the New York City DS, and what New York City DS a bit to the ground. The fact that they have for city assembly, and when you're every regular and sitting around, think of your you will the rent. So he money. Also wrote a piece of the time and interviewed Zoran for it in 2021. Is this Zoran coming up here? That without this entire slate of DSA candidates knocking off all these establishment candidates in 2020, it changed the New York State legislature. And so when Cuomo got in trouble, there was a block demanding that he go down. And really without Zoran, and the rest of the kind of DSA candidates there to stand up to him, he might have weathered the scandals and stayed in office. And so you don't get this moment without that. You don't get that one without the one before. I think it opens up. There's going to be cross pressures from the party establishment right now. You're going to hear a lot of people like Dean Phillips types saying,
Richie Torres is going to lose his mind. John Fetterman, oh boy.
Like we're all going to die. Like this is going to be the end of the party. Others are going to say, you know what? F it. Like maybe AOC is right. Like so the chatter about AOC's national potential probably goes up as a result of this. And Bernie kind of screwed up. Bernie should have come into the city and done a rally. What's he doing in Kansas? But it does reestablish the left wing as electorally resonant again.
Yeah. That point about AOC's national profile elevating because of this, I think, is a really important one, because it does give credence to the idea that the left can win, the coalition can be built out, that this is actually what the Democratic base is looking for. It gives a lot of fuel to her in terms of proving wrong some of the previous criticisms of her. And I think she's also, she's grown and developed as a candidate too, and has really honed her message. And I just today she was on Twitter fighting with Trump, and he's going after her and fighting with J.D. Vance. So she certainly has the national profile at this time to make a move.
And what he did, which she hasn't, I don't think, quite nailed down yet, is he would take no matter what you threw at him and bring it back to New York City affordability.
Yeah,
like
that's right.
You could start with anti-Semitism. You could start with intersectionalism. You could start with, why are you a scary Muslim? Like, it didn't matter. Like, by the end of his response, he was back to how he was going to make life more affordable for you in New York. It was, and you couldn't even see him doing it, which shows it's kind of a remarkable political talent. But I think she's doing more of that, and the more she does of it, then it's much harder to grab onto, because who's against making the city more affordable?
Yeah.
Well, and then it's like, oh, I see who's against making it more affordable, and it really says whose side are you on.
Let me ask both of you about this Frank Luntz post. So Frank Luntz is, obviously a pretty center-right, let me put it that way, pollster. He says the biggest loser tonight isn't Andrew Cuomo, it's Chuck Schumer. Grassroots Democrats are demanding a more ideological, confrontational approach to policy and politics. If AOC has the guts to challenge the Senate minority leader, she will win the Democratic primary and Schumer will lose. And he doesn't get it. What do you guys make of that?
I think it's absolutely true. It's just a question if she wants to run against Schumer or if she wants to run for president.
I guess theoretically you could do both, because he's up in 2026, right? No, 2028, right?
I'll check.
Because he was. Now that I remember, in 2021 he was catering to the left very heavily because he was up in 2022.
He's up in
2028. He's up in right. So, yeah, I think that a run against Schumer is probably as difficult or easy as winning the Democratic nomination for president. Like, I think they're both a challenge. So if you're going to have an equal amount of challenge, why not just go for the bigger prize?
Why not go for it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And also, it's like a House seat and a Senate seat don't have the same difference that they used to. The Senate is just another House, and if you're in the minority, even if you're in the majority, you just follow the leader. It's not. You have a higher. I guess. Does she even have a higher profile as a senator than as a House member? Like, I don't know how. As an elected official, the only way to get a higher profile is probably to be president than what she has now.
I think there are going to be a lot of people out there who start getting ideas about knocking off some of these entrenched incumbents. Names that we've heard of and names we've never heard of before. There's the next potential AOC is out there watching this, going, "Whoa, I didn't think this was possible. What if?" Another thing that I was just looking at that University of Michigan voter, he says that Zoran is winning white, Asian, and Hispanic precincts. I never saw him up in the poll with Hispanics. Yeah. And the majority black precincts are not the landslide for Cuomo that was expected. Mm-hmm. So, a very racially diverse coalition that he's able to put together here. And another point I saw raised is, the way he handled that question of, do you think Israel has a right to exist as a Jewish state? And he said, I think it has a right to exist as a state with equal rights for all. I think was such a great answer and such a sort of like, who could be against equal rights? Such a perfect way to respond to that in a way that just had them instantly checkmated. And, obviously that showed too in the way he's able to win New York City with this, incredibly large Jewish population. And also, by the way, is completely caricatured as having one monolithic view when it comes to Israel and when it comes to Palestinians.
Well, and can I ask you guys, I think probably the big thing ahead for Zoran is crime. He has some old tweets about the NYPD being racist, but that's what helped lift Eric Adams to mayor in the first place. So I'm curious how you expect him to handle those questions going forward.
So, my wife is here.
I think she's on the sidewalk. Do you want to go get her?
Yeah, I'm gonna go.
Do you want me to go get her?
I'll do my best.
I don't know what
question.
I don't know what she looks like.
I know that he, Emily, in the context of this campaign, pledged to not defund the police.
Yeah.
To fully fund the police. And look, crime and public safety is always going to be a major issue in the context of any major city, in New York City in particular. But it's also the case it's a different moment than when Eric Adams was running. Violent crime overall is vastly down in the city. So it's not quite the, it's not quite as visceral now, is my sense, as it was at the time when Eric Adams was running and really being able to consolidate a lead on that one issue. So again, it was an example of him being able to neutralize something that, perhaps a candidate who was a lesser quality would have struggled more with, but he just kind of, was willing to basically take the L, say, no, I'm not going to do that. I've learned, and I'm going to fund the police, and, let's get back to talking about affordability, and that was enough for him to be able to really win people over. So Cuomo wasn't even running ads on crime. That wasn't a major centerpiece of his campaign.
Good point.
He was focused on experience, anti-Semitism, and the idea that because Cuomo is so much more experienced, he would be more effective in standing up to Trump. That was really kind of his, his message and the pitch that he was making. But public safety wasn't a major part, at least as far as I saw, a major centerpiece of the Cuomo campaign.
Just to give some color of what's happening here on the scene, there are crowds forming outside the event. People are trying to claw their way in because people now know that there's a big victory going on here. And actually, about an hour ago, the NYPD all showed up and shut down the road because I guess they're ready for the next mayor. There's NYPD cars on every block, stopping all traffic. And it really seems like the city is already responding to what's happening here on the ground.
Griffin, do you have any sense of when Zoran may actually be there?
So Andrew, the communications director, told me that Zoran wanted to wait till at least 11 o'clock at night to give his speech. We're at around 11 right now. The local TV people were very angry at them for wanting to go so late, and they wanted him to speak much earlier. But he must just be kind of preparing and sort of taking his time to come on out here. But it does feel imminent. It feels like he might speak any second now. The crowd has filled up, and it seems like they've opened the door not just to the press, but now it seems like a lot of the volunteers are arriving, a lot of friends of the people volunteering, and the room is really starting to fill up. It looks like the crowd is gathering, so I expect Zoran to come out in a few minutes, hopefully, to speak, and hopefully we'll still be streaming when that happens. But it's really up to y'all whenever y'all want to go, because I know you've been sitting for a while.
I'm up way past my bedtime, but it is an exciting night. So we'll hang in here I'm going to hang on for a few more minutes, and then we'll pass off to you guys, Griffin and Ryan, to hold down the fort until Zoran speaks. But I thought this was a pretty remarkable tweet from our friend Shail Ben Ephraim, who has been on an evolution from when we first talked to him. He was sort of a hardcore Zionist, but liberal. And now he completely came out just in the past week and said, I'm done. I'm not a Zionist anymore. But in any case, he said, Mamdani is cruising to an easy win. He's way ahead and has that deal with Lander locked down. It won't even be close. The irony, Zionists turned this into a referendum on Zionism and lost in the most Jewish city in America. That is spectacular. You brought this on yourselves with your hateful Islamophobia. So I thought that was, pretty remarkable to hear him say that. And I do think that is one of the watershed moments of this race that does make it historic, is that that playbook against Zoran, who's been a supporter of BDS, who said that if Bibi Netanyahu comes to New York City, he will have him arrested as mayor, was unapologetic in his support for Palestinian human rights. That playbook completely and utterly failed.
Yeah. I have to agree with you, yeah.
Yeah, and I think, in New York City for it to fail is just the most extraordinary rebuke, Griffin, that you could possibly imagine.
Yeah, and I have to say, we've seen leftist candidates in the past sort of shirk from conflict, afraid of those sort of pain issues, and be very conciliatory or hide or essentially not want to engage in those really dangerous topics. But I think the strength of the Zoran campaign that we've seen, especially over the last couple of weeks, is that he hasn't shied away from any of them, and he's kind of dug in deeper, dove down, but also created a message that does feel inclusive to everyone in issues that feel divisive. And I think that is a talent that I don't know if that's just him personally talented. I don't know if that is replicable with other candidates, but it seems like people really respect when you don't hide from conflict, but you engage in it.
Well, it also lessens AIPAC's sort of deterrent effect. Yeah. Because if you can run a Zohran Mamdani, a Muslim, who says this is a genocide and I support BDS, and you can win a landslide in the most Jewish city in the country, other candidates are going to be less fearful of those AIPAC dollars and smear campaigns coming in. So it really does sort of...
How you doing?
Hi, it's Ozan.
Ryan's trying to get his wife on the stream
for half a second. Oh, there she is.
Although, as Ryan has said multiple times, she does not watch the show.
No.
Really?
As a matter of fact, she does not.
Well, she gets the show every day at our house.
That's right.
So I want to say, actually, to the point that you guys were just making, Ronald Reagan has this quote that a lot of conservatives in the Tea Party look back to. It was at a very early CPAC, and he gave the speech where he said, you have to paint in bold colors and not pale pastels. And this is in the era when the Reagan conservatives were fighting with the Gerald Ford conservatives and the moderates and all of that. But it has always been a really, really salient point to people, whether they're on the right or the left, coming from populist wings, which is that people might disagree with you, but if they believe that you believe what you're saying, they believe that you're being honest, they often will gravitate towards that. And that goes to the point that Mamdani's been making on the campaign trail. If you agreed with me on 12 out of 12 things, it'd be creepy. But 9 out of 12, hey, I'll take it.
Yeah.
And that's why actually just being honest about what your positions are is really important, because you have to understand where people's priorities, like the ranking of people's priorities in New York City is not whether or not the mayor is going to go to Israel. It is whether or not the city is going to be affordable and safe. Period. That's it. And that's what you have to understand.
Here's what Hassan's reaction, one of his reactions to these results were. He said, maybe everyone who complains about being anti-Israel is an unpopular position should forever shut the absolute fuck up, was his take. Doesn't even work to jam up the comms anymore. Just run a campaign on universality and alleviating the economic pains people are experiencing. And I do think that is, one of the lessons and the learnings that's going to be taken here. Ryan and Emily, I'm curious from both of you guys, what is the freak out going to look like from the, the Democrats like the Fettermans and the Richie Torres and those people? And then Emily, I saw like Laura Loomer and others. Right?
Yes.
You were like,
yeah,
oh my God.
Emily, I saw our friend Matt Walsh say that Democrats are a sickness. They have a sickness that just can't be cured. What? So, what are you? Which is true. But so what? What are you? How are people on the right metabolizing this news?
So far, dragging up old culture war tweets, which I found quite interesting, actually. So, going back to some of the things that Zoran said about feminism. What did he say? That he believes in queer feminism, stuff like that. And it is sort of like he's at least before he became a candidate for mayor, was very much from that, Ryan, this is interesting from your perspective, that era of the DSA, when you did have to talk about how the only kind of feminism was queer feminism. Like, that stuff did exist. He did come from that kind of era. and so that's what the right is mostly focusing on, because people like Matt Walsh.
No, his parents are like a caricature in some ways of what like the right or would think about the left. Like his father is a very well regarded like anti-colonial professor at Columbia. Oh, you're good. Yeah, I know. I called him over, so we got to let him on. So, all right, we got
earpiece. Put this in your right ear.
All right, so we're joined now by former Congressman Jamal Bowman.
Let's go.
Is that Krystal Ball right there? What's up, Krystal Ball? What's up, yo? Krystal, you're great, yo. I love your work. I love your work.
Thank you. That's very
Keep
kind
doing
of
that
you.
dope shit. I'm sweating because I've been hugging people and celebrating.
And because it's 120
and it's hot
degrees.
As hell. So excuse me for sweating and all that. What's up, homegirl? Is that Emily? I'm sorry, I don't know you as much as Krystal, but I'm sure you're great too.
She is.
What's up?
She is. So tell
Ryan, you got some questions. What's some questions?
What happened? Why was he able to do this in a way that candidates in the past haven't?
Well, Zoran is exceptional. He's an incredible person and an incredible candidate. He has the right values. He has the right policies. He's probably one of the best communicators we've ever seen, and he's exceptional. Number one. Number two, his team is exceptional. They have I called his campaign manager like a pianist. She struck all the right chords at the right time. Team exceptional. 3, this is New York, mother effing city. So we're talking about diversity, beautiful people, language, culture, different ideas. And so the fear mongering and the BS, it's not going to work here the same because this is New York City. So you put those things together in addition to, oh, by the way, capturing the hearts and minds of the people to the point where you got 30,000 volunteers knocking on $1 million. And Cuomo, he's trying to coast, right? And the establishment, if they know what's good for them, they take this as the resurrection of their freaking party. So we'll see, man. But for me, it came down to all of that.
No matter what Mamdani got asked, whether it was about Israel, whether it was about the culture war, whether it was about it didn't matter. He brought it back to affordability in New York City and freeze the rent. Like it always back to his message. Is he just better at that than other Democrats and progressives, or did he have did he have a different idea about no, everything is going to come back to this one thing?
Yeah,
it felt different.
When you run campaigns, you have to be disciplined. So you have to be disciplined in your movements politically and disciplined in your communication. And he was disciplined in his communication. And that is hard to do because everybody's human, you got emotions involved, all kind of stuff. But he was very, very, very disciplined. So you got to be disciplined. And then secondly, again, he's an excellent communicator. So it's not just about cutting and pasting what they've done. It's about excellent candidates who are excellent communicators. And they have to listen. They have to be orators to a certain extent. And they have to also be disciplined. So it's all of the above.
Do you think does this open anything up for the Democratic Party? Does this open any?
If the Democratic Party is smart, and I'm speaking specifically Hakeem Jeffries, Greg Meeks, Jim Clyburn, Barack Obama, Kamala Harris, Biden, all the establishment leaders, they would get 100% behind Zoran for the general, and they would do it this week to set the tone. Because they're not going to beat MAGA trying to do old establishment shit like they've been doing the last couple of years. That's not going to work. And so they better understand. I wish they would have understood this before, but there are superstars in the Democratic Party. AOC is one of them. Some people disagree with her. Whatever you disagree with, she's still a superstar. Now, Zoran's another one. You got to uplift your superstars, man. I'm a sports fan. You got to let your great players make plays to win championships. You can't fucking put them on the bench and say we're going to put some 70-year-old white man in charge of some committee thinking that's what
May he rest in peace.
That's good for America. That shit don't make sense. I'm sorry, I don't mean to cuss.
Last one from me and then you guys.
Hurry up, because I got
okay.
CNN in like
Richie,
7 minutes.
All right, Richie Torres. Doesn't this suggest that Richie Torres is vulnerable and somebody like a Jamal Bowman should run against him?
Inconsequential. Can we stop talking about Richie Torres?
Not as long as he's
Richie
in Congress.
Torres is a whack motherfucker. Let Richie Torres keep doing his bullshit, and let's keep doing our shit. We don't care about Richie Torres, son. Richie Torres is not consequential. Please, let's stop uplifting for him. We don't need Richie Torres.
But Congressman,
was
it nice to see AIPAC take this big loss tonight, and what does that mean for other candidates in the future?
Listen, I don't want to underestimate AIPAC because they have a lot of resources. So I don't really see this as a loss for them. I see it more as a win for us. And so, you know, what I hope they begin to understand is your fear-mongering, your hate, your racism, your money is not enough. You got to actually win on the issue. You got to actually win on the issues and have good values, right? Like, yo, we not supporting the killing and starving of children. Like, we not supporting that because we're actually human beings.
Yep.
Right? And so for them, hopefully, again, I'll put them in the Richie Torres category. Not about that. For us as progressives, we got this victory, but now we got to win a general. And now we got to show we can govern. I'm sorry, maybe Zoran's coming?
Yeah, here he comes.
Not yet. All right, we got it. Hurry up. I'm sorry, I got CNN in like 2 minutes.
Thank you, Congressman.
I'm listening. Thank you. That's
Don't
it.
take the earbud.
Peace. Love y'all. Keep doing your work. Appreciate it.
Thank you for having us. So, guys, people are cheering "Take it down." I believe they're taking down Cuomo signs on TV right now. So there's chance of "Take it down" happening. It does feel like the roof has reached max capacity, so he has to speak probably very soon. I would assume, right? You think he's going to come out soon?
Yes, they're not letting more people up here.
They're not letting more people up here. It's getting hot. We're seeing lots of faces. We're seeing David Hogg here. We're seeing anyone else that you're spotting, Ryan?
All right, here, let me put this on the screen, guys, while we wait. I thought this was a really interesting point from a newsman Twitter account who says, regardless how you feel about a particular candidate or result, it's impossible to deny that the existence of independent media free from institutional gatekeepers is changing politics. And that was a reaction to I reposted the interview we did with Zoran in November. And I just think, Krystal in particular, that's an interesting question, because that's sort of the goal of independent media, is to say, screw you to the gatekeepers. We're following things that are important that you're not letting anyone talk about. And that's kind of what Breaking Points is.
Yeah, I mean, it creates possibilities that didn't exist before. And, I have my critiques of some of the failures and, poor incentives that can exist in independent media that are similar to corporate media. But it does make it so that, 1,000 flowers bloom. And programs like ours can have on Zoran when the conventional wisdom was Cuomo's going to beat him by 50 points.
Euphoric chants. It's not. It seems.
It's Brad Lander.
Oh, it's Brad Lander. Brad Lander has arrived. Lander's arrived. Let's see if we can get a closer look.
And Brad Lander is known in the city as like the Elizabeth Warren of New York City politics. Like he's the candidate that the New York Times would have absolutely loved to have been able to endorse Lander, but they couldn't because Lander had endorsed Mamdani. What they did is they wrote this like effusive praise of Lander the day before their endorsement. Just a column that's like that Brad Lander is and all the things they said about him are true. He's like a very West Wing progressive. Like his heart's in the right place. He's very smart. He's like he knows the policy. Like you can tell he's empathetic. He's great. Everybody loves him. But there's just the same with Elizabeth Warren. There's just like
Sure.
something that doesn't break through all the way. But the New York Times absolutely loves him. So they ran this like editorial of just praising him top to bottom, but they didn't say rank him. And then the next day they ran their editorial that said, we don't like Cuomo, and we're not going to tell you to rank him, but definitely do not rank Mamdani. And they said something, they maybe barely mentioned Lander, but they couldn't because if
he
they
was
send him to Lander,
he was so
then
aligned to Zoran.
you vote for Lander, and then
exactly.
you're going to rank Mamdani next.
Yes.
So Brad Lander's role in this was essential, I think.
Yes.
And I think Brendan, Mancini, who was on earlier from UAW, saying that they insisted that they run as a ticket was crucial, and especially helped fend off the attacks on his unwillingness to say that apartheid is okay, or that Israel should be able to exist with as an unequal state. That really helped because you could appear next to him on the couch with Colbert, for instance.
Absolutely. That was such an important validator for Zoran. And I saw Ezra Klein put out a pretty very positive about Brad Lander, but
he's the Ezra Klein candidate.
Exactly. And he talked about how his district included the Gowanus Canal, which is famously horrifically polluted to the point it's basically like solid sewage. That gets cleaned up, and then he's involved in the redevelopment that is considered, sort of like a almost an anomaly in terms of successful rapid development, sort of very abundance adjacent or a core abundance.
That's great, abundance for all.
Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah.
And you also got to think, what if Warren had done something similar with Bernie back in that race?
Right.
Instead of what we were discussing was, did they shake hands? Remember that stage moment where she was angry with him? And there was all of this drama that really did sort of create a schism between liberals and leftists that persisted for a few years.
This is the model for it.
Right.
Maybe you needed ranked choice voting to make it work.
Sure.
But yes, this is the liberal left coalition that people have been trying to put together in the past. And I think it'd be great for Mamdani if Brad Lander does take a significant role, even deputy mayor or something inside his administration, because he's been the elected comptroller, which is a citywide office, which is a very serious job in New York City, and puts him in a position to know where the bodies are buried, know how the city runs in a way that Mamdani doesn't. That he just can't, as a 33-year-old he's been in office since state assembly since 2021. That's just a different level of experience than Brad Lander has.
Sure.
Yeah, Lander would be invaluable. Although I do sort of selfishly hope that he primaries like Dan Goldman.
There are a lot of people that would love to see that happen. Yes. Yes. Yeah, and he's in that district. This is the New York 10, the Dan Goldman district.
Very interesting. All right. Well, are you guys good to hold down the fort if Emily and I drop off?
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, we'll survive.
Yeah, and we'll put these on.
We'll grab some people, and he'll be on any minute, I think.
And even if we walk away, people can stay, and then when
100%.
Zoran speaks, we'll put it on.
What do you
if Brad Lander speaks?
You think Brad will talk to us, or he's too popular now?
Brad Lander?
Yeah.
Maybe. We got to get Zoran out here. I mean, come on.
Right. Yeah.
All right, guys.
All right. See you guys. And thank you guys for holding down the fort. Very, very much appreciate it.
Have fun. I'm jealous.
This
Looks like
fun.
an incredible atmosphere. So
It's
enjoy.
hot. It's hot.
It's hot. Okay. I don't do that well in those conditions, to be honest with you. So maybe
I thrive in them.
All right. Bye, y'all. And thank you, Emily. Thank you, guys. One programming note. There is no regular show tomorrow.
That's right.
So just rewatch this live stream instead.
Yes.
There are many gems in it.
Yes. All right.
Like Jamal Bowman calling Richie Torres a whack motherfucker.
All right. Yeah, exactly. All right, y'all. Good night.
All right. Take care, ladies.
Michael, anything new?
Michael, yeah. What's going on, Michael?
No, just that this is going to be a moment we remember forever, really. And it was nice to share it with you guys. That's what I'll say. Sentimental.
Yeah.
4 years ago,
I had like just graduated college. I did not know what I was going to do. So if you asked me that I would be here with you all celebrating Zohran Mamdani toppling Andrew Cuomo, I would have had a lot of questions, but I think it all worked out, and that's a special thing. So.
And did you cover his first race, or do you remember his first race at 2020?
I do remember it. Yeah, I mean, it was during the pandemic, and I was very lucky in a way that I was in New York during COVID, because that was such a unique experience in terms of kind of forging that. And what's maybe will be lost to history, but hopefully not, is that when Zoran first won his assembly seat, he won it by only 2%. He didn't have a lot of institutional support. He was running against kind of, I would say, like a left liberal incumbent, and a lot of people didn't really want to go against her. But he kind of grinded it out through basically sheer force of personality and will, and that's kind of the type of guy he is. And he almost grinded it out with becoming the Democratic nominee for mayor the same way. I mean, it was very Lyndon Johnson, Path to Power, where they talk about the force of personality, just the drive, the relentless drive. He has got that for sure, And I think the perfect metaphor for today is that at 5:40 a.m. he's hosting a press conference in Astoria. Andrew Cuomo was probably still asleep. They didn't send out their first campaign email till 7:45. He strolls in his polling site at 11 a.m., holds almost no events. Zoran crisscrosses the city. Perfect metaphor. And I was with him on that walk all the way from top of Manhattan to the bottom, and I'm a lifelong Manhattanite.
Yeah, for people who didn't follow that, so he did this walk. It was on Friday night. Yes. From the very top of Manhattan to the very bottom.
Yes, the very top, which is a little over 14 miles, although we did not take the most direct route, so it was closer to 16 miles. And this guy, not only was he mobbed, and I really was something unbelievable is happening here, but the relentless energy. We all had to be you got to slow down. You got to pace yourself. But he just moves with such urgency. And it was funny. At some point, I'm hey, I'm kind of hungry. We got to stop and get something to eat, right? Because I'm the candidate must be hungry. And then I'm wait, this guy went on a 9-day hunger strike. He could walk.
We actually had him on Rising when he, so this was 2022 or so. So 2022, he went on a hunger strike to fight for the cabbies' rights over their medallion.
For taxi rider medallion relief, yes.
And we had him on Rising to talk about his hunger strike.
It's a remarkable thing. Him and Chuck Schumer did this inside-outside strategy that proved really effective. So anyway, I'm oh man, I'm gonna have to get a Gatorade, right? Or maybe something to eat. And then I'm oh wait, no, I'm competing with a guy who runs the New York City Marathon without training, can do a 9-day hunger strike like it's nothing, and it's just a supreme, the energy is relentless. And I think it's a perfect encapsulation of the campaign that he ran.
When I read your piece making your prediction that he would win by a couple thousand votes, your opening part where you talked about that walk through the top of Manhattan, where the first 100 blocks or so are not rich, very diverse, working class, and this is a city that is very busy. People don't have time for this shit. Yet, people knew who he was. People were coming out. How frequently were people I read your piece and you're seeing but how frequently were people hey, there's the next mayor?
These are blocks where there is not a lot of wealth, right? Where 75% of people speak Spanish. It is not what you would conventionally think of when you think of Manhattan. And this guy's getting stopped almost every block. People are pulling down their windows, saying hi, honking their horns, and they're coming up to him and they're saying, I want a picture with the next mayor. And more so than this was not a story of the white college graduate. It was a story of the young person, the working class person, the person who traditionally would leave the Democratic primary, would leave it alone, right? Particularly for a candidate like Andrew Cuomo. And you saw it time and time again. And I am a young person. I am in the Zoran bubble. I stepped out of that bubble and it was real. And I a lot of the neighborhoods that he did really well in, I live far away from there. But I saw Mamdani, canvassers, literature, energy, his name, I saw it everywhere. I saw nothing of that of Andrew Cuomo. There was a tremendous enthusiasm gap, and there was also a working hard gap. And I think the most beautiful part about this is that running a good campaign still matters, right? Your book, People versus Money. There is still an appetite for people. It is not, there was $25 million in outside spending in this race, and he overcame it entirely. And that is almost, not many people could do that. And I think it's a proof that we're not a prisoner to those things, you know, that there's still greater forces that can overcome that.
There's still the general election. Are you hearing anything from people in the inner sanctum of city politics about what Cuomo is thinking, but also what the machine is thinking about how seriously to get behind him?
Right. So I think an important thing for the viewers to know is that we've passed the deadline to petition for an independent ballot line. So as of now, unless someone gets the Conservative Party ballot line, I hope to not put that idea in any bad guys' heads, but it is Eric Adams, Cuomo, and Curtis Sliwa, which is, like, I would say, a relatively weak field. I'm not very tapped in with the Cuomo campaign. I'm not broken up about that, frankly, but I will say that I think the next 72 hours, maybe the next 24, is huge. I would compare it to when Joe Biden dropped out and Kamala Harris consolidated Democratic institutional support. I think that the Zohran Mamdani campaign will look to make those inroads to more establishment figures like Chuck Schumer, like Hakeem Jeffries, to shore, and Letitia James is here, like she's clearly on board, right? To kind of shore up that base in the event of an Andrew Cuomo independent bid. And I think we will learn a lot in the coming days about what the general election looks like, because I think if done well, given the overwhelming result tonight, they can kind of kill off the most grave threat. But we'll see what happens. There's still a lot of dominoes to play out.
So
where's Hogg?
Why don't we take a quick break and see if we can find Brad Lander or someone else to come on?
All right, so you guys stick around, chit-chat in here.
Yeah,
chit-chat.
we'll be right back after this brief message. Mac, you can throw up the logo. All right, folks. Here, grab this for me.
Hi.
I'm here with Debbie from the video team for Zoran. Obviously, you know, so much of this campaign has been defined by the videos. And so, like, what is the team? And, like, I guess my first question is there someone that's directing all these, or is it the individual cinematographers?
Back in September, we presented a plan to Zoran, and I had a deck that I said platform dominance. And my goal was to, like, make national platform. And then use that platform to elevate people, ordinary New Yorkers, on their stories. And actually it happened in reverse. Like the Trump voters video was the first one to go viral.
Sure.
And all of a sudden I said...
And which one was that?
The one where he talked to Trump voters.
Trump voters, gotcha.
That one, I remember that guy, all of a sudden it had 2.5 million views.
Gotcha.
And I said, wow, like that actual strategy worked. And there are four of us, well, 4 or 5 of us. Andrew Epstein, the comms director, is like just an incredible human being. And then my creative partner and I run a small creative studio called Melted Solids. And the 3 of us have been we're so excited that to bring Zoran's vision to life.
Yeah.
And the fact that we were able to actually achieve that.
You're going to have to be a little bit louder.
Okay, I have to be a little bit louder.
We're at a loud party.
I can't believe I'm not that loud.
Yeah, you can be
I'm
louder.
The most loud person of all time. The fact that we were able to bring the entire deck, the PowerPoint deck to life, saying platform dominance, and then elevate New Yorkers. And if he runs against Eric Adams, the entire thing is going to be elevating the voices of ordinary New Yorkers, because this all started in 2022. All of it started on a bus in 2022, where we were just...
So sorry if I missed that, but is there a creative director for all these videos, or are they just individually made by you guys by filming them?
4 or 5 of us.
Okay.
We are all an incredibly collaborative team that truly respects each other's craft.
Okay.
And truly loves the fact that we are able to bring Zoran as a charismatic human being to life.
Gotcha.
You know? And
I was also struck by there's so much comedy in the videos.
I know. I'm the buzzkill.
You're the buzzkill?
I'm the buzzkill.
So you do the serious
videos.
videos.
Okay, I'll tell you a secret story. During the very serious one where he did the police video, Zoran is doing a bit, and Zoran goes, "Oh, here's the bit warden. Here's the bit warden," because I'm the one who interrupts all of the comedy parts, because I'm let's get to the next location as a producer, as
sure,
you know,
sure.
And then let's get to the next location. I'm just so I've known him since 2020, and I'm just so incredibly thrilled for him, and as a person who is a producer, I'm sure you understand how hard it is to get to this point.
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
I'm the biggest fan of Breaking Points ever.
Hell yeah, love that. So all sorts of candidates I see Democrats trying to go online, trying to make videos. What are other people missing? What are they doing wrong?
Ideas. It's not the person. Zoran is an incredibly charismatic politician and incredibly, incredibly talented. But it's about the execution, from graphics, from the way he explains policy, from scripting to graphics. You really cannot just be a guy who does TikToks. Everybody says, oh, he's the TikTok influencer. It's not about that. I have been working on campaigns for 7 years. It's not about the person. It's about the ability to visualize and script and plan out exactly your strategy.
And how much is that coming from him, or who is that? Where's that coming from?
It's coming a lot from Zoran.
Yeah.
And it's coming a lot from the fact that we laid out the ability to give him a platform to give a voice to ordinary New Yorkers. And that's the most important thing.
Sure.
And hopefully, if he runs against Eric Adams, that's going to be the strategy.
Well, Eric Adams makes pretty good videos. They're pretty funny videos.
Oh my God, the one where he's I'm going to get a drink of water. It's my favorite beverage in New York. Honestly, the other day we were editing something and I was this is honestly actually the funniest thing I've seen.
Yeah.
The one of him doing
well, my favorite's searching the child's room.
Oh, my.
Searching the child's room.
Face is a baby doll.
Yeah.
I got
a bullet.
I got some crack behind this glass of water.
I like the loose bullet that he had found.
No, I like when he pulls the baby doll's diaper
It's incredible.
out. Oh my gosh.
He's just funny.
Please subscribe to Breaking Points. It's the thing that everybody asks whenever I talk to them, where I get
Little bit
my.
louder.
Everybody like asks where I get my actual news from.
Yeah.
And I say Breaking Points.
Wow. Okay.
Because they're like, how do you get like news on an equal footing, not like CNN or anything?
Yeah.
And I say, listen to Breaking Points. I've been like a fan since The Hill. Like, I truly.
Same.
I appreciate the work that you do as a producer.
It's easy.
Cheers.
Cheers. Hey.
I'm sorry I wasn't loud enough. I can't
No.
believe
I mean, I guess I just want to say, thank you for your work. And I guess what's so inspiring to me about the video team and the Zoran videos is that, a lot of that's replicable with like 2 or 3 people and a couple, $2,000, $3,000 cameras. Like, I guess for anyone watching that feels, I guess, like dejected or
4,000.
Yeah.
Like, my mom died, and I was like, oh, I'm gonna invest in a real camera, and it was like $5,000. It's really easy. You can do it on an iPhone, quite honestly, but like you have to have a charismatic person, but you also have to have the right scripting, the right messaging.
Yeah, but again, it's not like you guys had a whole Hollywood studio team and you guys took the internet by storm.
People think Mira did a lot of them, and Mira's always like, no, I have nothing to do with it.
Yeah, well, it's very inspiring that, if you're watching this, if you're inspired by the Zoran campaign, you can do it too.
Inexpensive.
Save a little bit, buy a camera, find someone charismatic, and start
FX3,
shooting videos.
Sony FX3.
Is it Sony FX3.
We have a Sony FX3.
Okay.
2 kits.
Cool.
Invest in lavaliers.
Lavaliers. Okay.
Like we have a very good audio kit. We did a video with Mero the other day, Kid Mero. He was very loud.
He was very what?
He was very loud.
Oh, unlike you.
I am so loud. I can't believe I'm not being loud enough.
It's a very loud party. It's not your fault.
Griffin, I respect you so much.
I respect you too. Thank you for your work. Congratulations.
Thank you for letting me on this.
Of course. Yeah. Wow. Did we get her loud enough, chat? I thought that was pretty loud. Sony FX3. That's cool. I think Ryan has completely abandoned me. I don't know. I mean, I guess we could take some questions for the chat until Ryan gets back. We have been trying to get other people on the stream, but most people just kind of want to party. We are still waiting. Oh, is that for me? Oh, thank you. Ryan just brought me a water. Oh, amazing. Ryan just brought me a water. Ryan, have you had any luck finding anybody else right now?
I'm going to go find Brad.
Okay, yeah, go look for Brad.
I think he's right over here. We want Brad or we want Zoran?
I mean, we obviously want Zoran, but I don't know if that's going to... I mean, everybody wants Zoran. All right, I'm sending Ryan out. Ryan has a little bit more clout than I do. It's going to help get some people. Oh, beautiful.
So we're joined now by Adnan Gorges, who was a candidate in 2020 against, I can't even remember the mother grabber's name anymore. Elliot Engel. He served in Congress for 78 years, and he was being challenged by 2 candidates from the left, Jamal Bowman and Adnan Gorges. And Justice Democrats was kind of staying out of the race because they're like, oh no, actually they got in early.
The opposite.
They got in early. They got in early behind Jamal Bowman. But a lot of people that were watching the race were like, you can't beat Elliot Engel when you got 2 challengers who are both credible and both are drawing significant amounts of support. And something almost unique happened in the race among the left, because the left is constantly self-defeating when they don't have ranked choice voting. And you dropped out of the race early enough and immediately endorsed Jamal Bowman. And it was actually, you correct me if I'm wrong, like the next day or 2 days later, Elliot Engel shows up at this Black Lives Matter rally, and into a hot mic, he's like, look, I need to speak. And they're like, you can't speak. We're not letting every elected official come here and speak. He's like, look, I wouldn't be asking if I didn't have a primary. I don't even want to be here.
Amazing.
And the mic is on.
Yep.
It's broadcast on New York 1.
And I think actually the next day, AOC and Bernie co-endorsed. And so it was just a tidal wave.
So I think you're dropping out and endorsing Jamal, I think, panicked him and created that moment.
Yeah, I remember you saying that actually.
Yeah.
I appreciated that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, just like thinking about this race, you felt the tidal wave for such a long time. Those of us who were in the city, we saw the polls, but it's, when you were actually engaging with voters and engaging with people, we didn't see any Cuomo ground game. We're engaging with immigrant communities, especially in a lot of disaffected areas in New York City. Everyone resonated with Zoran's message. The easiest canvassing you've ever done in your entire life. Who's against affordability? And all of the weaponization of anti-Semitism, globalizing, that's not resonating with people, and people could see through it, to be honest. And then again, with ranked choice voting, opportunity in this race that we didn't have in my race, and you like to see that the progressive candidates actually work together, and that made a huge difference.
But you and I were just talking, and you made a really interesting point that I hadn't conceived of, which is that he's born in Uganda, and you organized East African supporters here in New York for him. This is a race that's being watched around the world. Can you talk about how people are understanding it outside of the United States?
Yeah, I mean, I can't speak for people outside of the United States and how they actually feel about it, but at least my conversation with some folks, again, they feel a reverberation about, wow, there's a massive change happening in New York City. What does that mean for the country with Trump, with the ICE raids and the anti-ICE protests? People abroad are seeing what's happening in this country, and they're not liking the fascist turn that it's going into. And so when you see someone like Zoran win, they feel a connection. They feel a connection because, again, he himself is an immigrant, forgetting even the descendant of immigrants, son of immigrants, like someone like myself. He's an immigrant. He comes from Uganda. He comes from India. There's so many different parts of the world where people can see themselves in him, and that's not even speaking about his message. Once you get into his message, you're like, oh wow, this is actually something that resonates with me. And I was talking to you before about a friend I have from Kenya who was asking about asking what was going to happen in this race. And it just means a lot when you see someone who's young. You see someone who's young. You see someone who's Muslim. You see someone who outwardly identifies as a socialist. And then the other thing is you see everyone who he mobilized. He mobilized disparate communities which normally are not necessarily working together in the city to come together for a common cause. And we're really excited about that, and we're excited to build that momentum for the general election.
How big's the East African population here
Tiny
in New York?
Tiny. I mean, DC is where the most folks are. But I think it's really just symbolic. It's it's the fact that you have someone who is willing to come to your community and speak to you. It doesn't matter if you have 2,000 people. That transcends, and you feel like you have someone who's willing to listen.
I don't know what they were screaming about up there. When's this man coming out?
I know, right? What time is it? It's school night. It's a school night.
I know. He's missing he's missed the 11 o'clock news now. He's about to miss the 12 o'clock news.
Yeah. No, we're going to be here all night.
I think what he's doing is he's rewriting his speech because he did not expect this level, and I think he wants a.
Have you seen him speak off the cuff? He doesn't need to write a speech.
That's the other thing. Yeah.
This guy, yeah.
He's more of a not even from notes, just yes.
It's amazing. It's amazing.
It's quite something, actually.
I think one last thing I'll say about Zoran, I actually met him outside the AOC and Bernie rally in 2019. They had a big rally in Queens.
Oh, yeah, I was here for that.
Here they are. they had a big rally. They had a big rally in Queens. And so I was there as a candidate. You just saw Jamal probably on screen. I was there as a candidate trying to speak to voters who are obviously progressive, trying to see this AOC and Bernie rally. And I saw this young man hustling outside of the rally, similar to I was. And when you're a candidate, you're not normally donating to other candidates. But I thought to myself, let me listen to this guy. And so genuine, so authentic. He spoke a message that obviously myself I aligned with. And so he was the only person I donated to during my congressional race. Actually, no, caveat. I also donated to Mondaire Jones, but we won't speak about that. But I donated to.
Well, he was running in Westchester then.
Exactly. Yeah. So I donated to Zoran. At first $5 I gave to someone else during the race, and that's how I got introduced to him. And I'm so happy because, this is a real deal, as you can see today, and that was 5 years ago. So 6 years ago.
That's a great story because that 2019 rally was right after Bernie's heart attack. It was right after AOC had endorsed him for president. And he and this entire slate of DSA candidates were running these long shot bids to oust these longtime assemblymen and state senators, and knocked most of them out, where they ran.
It's amazing. It's amazing. So, just other potential candidates out there, literally 6 years ago, Zoran was outside of a rally hustling for dollars, literally dollars. And here he raised $8 million with public matching funds faster than any other candidate. You know, if he didn't have that public matching max, he would have raised maybe 20 million. You know, that's the level to which, the extent to which people in New York City were willing to throw down for this guy. We're just all so excited. I'm here in crutches. That's how excited I am. I'm here in crutches because this guy is, I don't have enough superlatives to describe Zoran.
All right. Well, Adnan Gorges, thanks for walking.
So Ryan, I've got 2 updates on the reaction from some of the opposition. Right here, I've got Beitar Worldwide, who says, "We urge all Jews to evacuate NYC."
Beitar Worldwide.
So
this is a troll account. This Beitar Worldwide. I don't.
We've got Chris Cuomo, who says extremism has taken root in America.
It has indeed, but we're trying to root it out.
The meltdown is occurring on mainstream media.
David, you have a second? David Hogg just blew us off. I'm done with David Hogg.
I asked David earlier if he wanted to come on. He was very nice, but he said tonight's about Zoran. And I said, I want to talk about Zoran. And
what do you think we're going to ask him about?
Yeah, I don't know, the weather or something. We were going to ask him about the weather too, but...
the weather's bad. We don't need that from David Hogg.
But that's okay. I mean, you know.
No, dead to me.
I have a forgiving heart, luckily enough.
Dead.
But I'm also used to getting rejected, so... so there's no sweat off my back. I saw people in the chat. They've recognized Cal Penn is here. Yes, Harold and Kumar, incredible stuff. What is Cal Penn up to these days?
That I couldn't tell you.
I think he was doing some maybe some DNC stuff. I'm not sure. The crowd is getting restless. They're saying, "Where is Zoran? Where is this speech?" Should we take a question from the chat here?
Yeah, go. You take some questions. I'm going to see if I can find Brad Lander.
Okay, yeah, get Brad. Chat, you got any questions? I mean, I don't know why you'd have any questions for me. I need to drink some water. Someone says Cal Penn worked in the Obama administration. That's true. Fun Cal Penn fact. We were expecting the speech to happen right now, so now you guys are stuck with me for a second. Scale from 1 to 10, how faded is Ryan? So, I think a 3. Listen, there's been some counterpoint shows. I'll just say that. People like Debbie. Debbie's a sweetheart. I met Debbie before. She's great. Hydrate. How many people are there? Feels like a safety amount. Feels like we're right at the fire safety amount here. Ryan is zooped. Ryan just looks like that. I mean, it's the heat, really. The heat is what's really doing that here. Any MAGA folks? I don't think there's any MAGA here, but you never know. Ryan just seemed really upset about getting stood up by David Hogg. I'm fine with it. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, that's kind of what's been going on down here. Griffin, how awesome is your job? What was my favorite campaign video? I like the small business one. I like all the ones where he's in the deli. Those were pretty good. Get Debbie another beer. I just think Debbie was fine. I don't think she was, I mean, some people here are drunk. Okay. All right, we have her campaign director is about to speak. Thank God. I was freaking out, just trying to buy time. Let's try to go. to the campaign director, and then probably to Zoran. Hey, producer Mac, if you're still here, I'm going to switch to my mobile so I can get up closer. So let my mobile back in.
I am Zohran Mamdani's campaign. Before we welcome Zoran to the stage, and I know we are so excited to see him, I want to say first a few words of gratitude and reflection and bring up a few other special partners. It is deeply moving to look out and see so many of the friends who have built this electric campaign. We have so many leaders here tonight, but I want to recognize our very first endorsers, those who believed in us before New York knew Zoran's name. So let's hear a round of applause for our loved ones, our elected partners, our volunteers, and absolutely amazing staff! Everyone in this room has contributed to a disciplined, bold, and principled campaign. It has been run by the left and organized to win! Ours has been a campaign of trust, of joy, of camaraderie, and I am immensely proud to be a part of it alongside all of you. 5 years ago, before my first day as Zoran's chief of staff, we sat together and we articulated the vision for the movement that we hoped to build. Each day, we would work to embody the values of a better world. We would campaign, legislate, and organize in a way to make these values true by our actions. We would resist the creeping fascist tide through trust, and we would build trust by acting trustingly. And it has been the same with this campaign. We have already realized an image of city we want and we deserve. Together and strengthen our shared built and families, neighbors, and tenants. Bonds, friendship, bonds between families, neighbors. This campaign has never been about the achievement of a singular end goal. It's not singular end goal. It's not just about. It's about solidarity in the struggle. In the struggle. All coming together, thousands of strangers to support one another and fight for our shared values. This movement in itself is a force, and this movement is a victory over alienation and cynicism. And don't forget, these are our people. And you are not powerless. I am so proud we are becoming Assembly. Our Congresswoman, working class champion, and incredible partner of our campaign, Congresswoman Lydia. Our Congresswoman, working class Congresswoman Lydia.
Here from Zoran, so thank you so much. I am just so proud of all of you for the work that you put together to get to this moment. To work so hard for the city that we all love. So let me just say, hello, Long Island City! What a night! This campaign has shocked the world. But everyone in this room knew we were going to do it. You believed in this movement when the pundit said it couldn't be done. You knocked on doors, make calls, talk to neighbors, and tonight, we make history. Zohran Mamdani brought people from every background together around a simple, powerful idea that New York City should be a city for everyone. Not just the wealthy, not just the well-connected, everyone. He spoke to the struggles we all see: rising rents, crumbling public services, working families barely hanging on, and he gave us something real to believe in. There is no special formula here. It's about listening to our people, to our community, and putting together a vision for the future of this city. You know what? The billionaires are watching this moment. And they're going to spend everything they got to stop Zoran. Why? Because they know that this campaign threatens business as usual, and they are scared. So tonight we celebrate, but tomorrow we get back to work. We are going to knock even more doors. We are going to organize in every door. We are going to turn these people power victory into a movement that takes off all the way to city. Together, we are going to elect Zoran as the next mayor of New York. The city must change. Zoran Noy. Other candidates didn't see it, and that is why we are here celebrating this incredible moment. God bless you all. and then we're going to bring on the candidate. Just 2 minutes and I'll be gone. Just listen. All throughout my public career, I have rejected the politics of fear.
I don't know. I'm in the crowd. I had no one helping.
The politics of hate. The bias of low expectations. And Zoran, all throughout this campaign, rejected all of that as well. He kept focused on his message. He wasn't concerned about the money. It was all about the power of the message, the power of his word. And so I saw in my beloved Brooklyn and all throughout the city that this campaign was fueled. It was fueled by the power of people. People yearning for change in this city. People who heard his message. And we all came together. And I want those who are listening.
Sorry, Chad. I know it's been rough. It's hard to find out what's going on when I'm in the crowd.
I want all of you to know
Very hot and sweaty.
that after this campaign is over, we will all come together. We will heal this city.
Are you guys able to hear the speeches at all?
Understand that Zoran is really a man who respects the humanity of everyone.
Just the laptop is fine. Okay, thank you.
The primary is now over.
Thank you, chat. The chat's being nice. They're understanding.
And tonight, we celebrate the victory. Tonight represents a resounding win. His critics said that he should wait his turn. His critics said that he didn't have the experience. His critics said that he didn't have the right name. Well, now all of them know his goddamn name.
So Tish James is obviously a serious power player in Democratic Party politics. You know, she's sending a signal here to the other power players that it's time to get behind him. There he is. Democratic nominee for mayor of New York City.
Thank you, my friends. Tonight, we made history. In the words of Nelson Mandela, it always seems impossible until it is done. My friends, nominee to the mayor of New York Cuomo about the need to bring this city together as he called me to concede the race. And I want to thank Brad Lander. Of the future. One of partnership and of sincerity. Today, 8 months after launching this campaign, with the vision of a city that every New Yorker could afford, we have won. We have won from Harlem to Bay Ridge. We have won from Jackson Heights to Port Richmond. We have won from Maspeth to Chinatown. We have won because New Yorkers have stood up for a city they can afford. A city where they can do more than just struggle. One where those who toil in the night can enjoy the fruits of their labor in the day. Where hard work is repaid with a stable life. Where 8 hours on the factory floor or behind the wheel of a cab is enough to pay the mortgage. It is enough to keep the lights on. It is enough to send your kid to school. Where rent-stabilized apartments are actually stabilized. Where buses are fast and free. Where childcare doesn't cost more than CUNY. And where public safety keeps us truly safe. And it's where the mayor will use their power to reject Donald Trump's fascism. To stop mass ICE agents from deporting our neighbors. And to govern our city as a model for the Democratic Party. A party where we fight for working people with no apology. A life of dignity should not be reserved for a fortunate few. It should be one that city government guarantees for each and every New Yorker. If this campaign has demonstrated anything to the world, it is that our dreams can become reality. Dreaming demands hope. And when I think of hope, I think of the unprecedented coalition of New Yorkers that we have built. For this is not my victory. This is ours. It is the victory of the Bangladeshi auntie who knocked on door after door until her feet throbbed and her knuckles ached. It is the victory of the 18-year-old who voted in their first ever election. solidarity. And when I look out at this room and out onto the midnight skyline, that is what I see. Canvas launches that continued in the pouring rain. Children who called parents. Strangers who care about those they will never meet. A New York that believes in each other and in itself. This is solidarity. And it defines our victory. And above all, dreaming demands work. Last Friday night, as the sun began to drop in the sky, I set off on a 13-mile walk from the northernmost tip of Manhattan to the base of the island. We began in Inwood, where music played and neighbors set out dominoes on the sidewalk. It was 7 p.m. The weekend had arrived. For most people, the time for work was over. But this is New York, where the work never ends. Waiters carried plates on 181st Street. Conductors drove the subways that rattled high above 125th. And world-class musicians tuned instruments as we passed Lincoln Square. By the time we made it downtown, a crowd marched behind us, a living embodiment of the energy and purpose that defines this campaign. Still, long past midnight, New York worked. Garbage trucks weaved through empty streets, fishmongers carried in tomorrow's wares, and when we finally arrived at the Battery at 2:20 a.m. in the morning, the workers who run the Staten Island Ferry were on the job too. Just as they are every hour of the day, every day of the week. Each of these New Yorkers carried a dream with them that night as they labored. Just as each of us dreams of a New York that is more hopeful and affordable for all. And we have worked hard for our dream. This has been a historically contentious race. One that has filled our airwaves with millions in smears and slander. I hope now that this primary has come to an end. I can introduce myself once more. Not as you've seen me in a 30-second ad or in a mailer in your mailbox, but as how I will lead as your mayor. I will be the mayor for every New Yorker. Whether you voted for me, for Governor Cuomo, or felt too disillusioned by a long, broken political system to vote at all, I will fight for a city that works for you, that is affordable for you, that is safe for you. I will work to be a mayor you will be proud to call your own. I cannot promise that you will always agree with me, but I will never hide from you. If you are hurting, I will try to heal. If you feel misunderstood, I will strive to understand. Your concerns will always be mine, and I will put your hopes before my own. And I know that those hopes extend beyond our 5 boroughs. There are millions of New Yorkers who have strong feelings about what happens overseas. I am one of them. And while I will not abandon my beliefs or my commitments, grounded in a demand for equality, for humanity, for all those who walk this earth, you have my word to reach further, to understand the perspectives of those with whom I disagree, and to wrestle deeply with those disagreements. Let me close with this. In these dark times, I know that it is harder than ever to keep faith in our democracy. It has been attacked by billionaires and their big spending, by elected officials who care more about self-enrichment than the public trust, and by authoritarian leaders who rule through fear. I say New York! But above all, our democracy has been attacked from within. For too long, New Yorkers have strained to find a leader who represents us, who puts us first. And we have been betrayed time and again. After so many disappointments, the heart hardens, belief becomes elusive. And when we no longer believe in our democracy, it only becomes easier for people like Donald Trump to convince us of his worth. For billionaires to convince us that they must always lead. As FDR said, democracy has disappeared in several other great nations. Not because the people disliked democracy, but because they had grown tired of unemployment and insecurity, of seeing their children hungry while they sat helpless in the face of government confusion and weakness. In desperation, they chose to sacrifice liberty in the hope of getting something to eat. New York, if we have made one thing clear over these past months, it is that we need not choose between the two. We can be free and we can be fair. We can demand what we deserve. And together we have built a movement where everyday New Yorkers recognize themselves in our vision of democracy. Every new voter registered, that is faith renewed. Every voter who traveled through withering heat to the polls, that is faith renewed. And every New Yorker who sees solutions to the daily challenges they face in this campaign, that is faith renewed. Together, New York, we have renewed our democracy. We have given our city permission to believe again. And I pledge to you that we will remake this great city, not in my image, but in the image of every New Yorker who has only known struggle. In our New York, the power belongs to the people. And as I thank the people that are here with me today, and as I thank the incredible leaders who have long fought for those people, who are here across this crowd and across these 5 boroughs and standing next to me in the Attorney General of this state, and the public advocate of this city, and our Congresswoman, Lydia Velasquez, and our Controller, Brad Lander, and in every single person who believed in this campaign long before it was easy to do so. And you believed when it was difficult. We dreamt in the night, and we are now building in the dawn. That new day, the one that we have yearned for, the one that we have struggled for, the one that we have knocked for, have texted for, have called for. The one that we have obsessed over. That new day is finally here, my friends. And it is here because you have delivered. Thank you.
That was Zohran Mamdani, the Democratic nominee for mayor. Yes, I mean, Zoran did the thing. He did the thing that the left populist movement in the United States has been pushing people to do for 150 years. He did it expertly, but he did not reinvent anything. If you heard that speech, most of the people watching this could write a version of that speech.
Yep. FDR.
Thank you.
Oh.
I must thank those who brought me into this world. I must thank my mother and my father. Mira and Mahmoud. And I must thank my incredible wife.
I was waiting for that one. Gotta thank the wife.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Now let us lead this city into one that is affordable for each and every New Yorker.
Wow. Incredible stuff. Incredible stuff. A record for me holding a laptop.
Yes. All right, so I think that's about all. We don't have much to say after that.
No,
I mean,
we're gassed.
Notable that he, by the way, did not thank Bernie Sanders or AOC, unless I missed it.
I didn't hear that either. Chad, did anyone hear Bernie or AOC in that?
He thanked people for getting behind him.
Yep.
When it wasn't easy to do.
That's right.
I don't know if that was
because he built this on his own. Those endorsements came, but they came when he was within a margin of victory.
Yes.
Right, of course,
Yeah.
but like he started with him and the DSA. We talked about how the DSA is so strong in New York,
Right.
but the DSA does not have that same power even in LA, the second biggest city. So this was a very unique scenario, but yeah, I mean maybe a better world is possible. Who knows?
So yeah, so that was an address that could have been ripped out of the pages of The Nation in 1960 and 1970, 1980, 1990, but finally somebody ran on it and articulated it methodically and with discipline, and it matched a moment and the public responded to it.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know really what more we can say than that. Maybe this moment comes again. Maybe this moment spreads. It feels really infectious right now.
And Cuomo is now, dialing up support, trying to pull off a general election victory.
You think so?
Yeah,
even after this embarrassing night for him.
Oh yeah. So